Okay. Alright. I may be a few days late and an hour later, but I'm here. Oh, gosh. Okay, first things first. I want to apologize for what happened on Sunday. If you didn't see the last pinned message, meaning the one I wrote in chat the night I made the waiting room, Saturday night, I wrote down that, because I didn't find out about this until literally, like, Friday, so last week, where it turns out that, how do I put this? My area was going to be having some severe, let's just say, windy weather, and I've explained before how my electricity does not do well with windy weather sometimes, and obviously, I don't want to do a stream if there's a risk of, like, it cutting out randomly. So I wrote down in the last pinned message, like, hey, I may have to postpone the stream to Friday depending on how the weather looks. So, but I'm still planning on doing it. Well, as you can see by the last pinned message, the one currently there, I ended up having to reschedule this to tonight, partly due to the weather, but it was also because I shit you not, I went to bed that night with a migraine and nausea, and then I woke up not even 6 hours later, like I think it was like 5 hours later, with the same fucking migraine. And I'm like, I feel like shit. So I just decided to say, screw it, I'm gonna postpone the stream to Friday. I don't feel great. I feel like shit. I don't want to talk to people, trying to entertain them for like 5 hours while feeling like this. So that's where we're at now. Weather has definitely calmed down. I'm not feeling like crap. I feel good. So yay. Great. I will say I did not think that today was gonna be, what's the word? So, if y'all don't know, obviously today, we have a couple things going on. I mean, first of all, it is the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, and obviously that means we got no new games announced today because Pokemon Presents. I haven't watched the video. I did see what the new games are going to be. We'll talk about that intermission. So there's that. There's also the fact that the new Resident Evil game got released like at midnight today. And I do plan on watching a playthrough of that. God, it sucks because it's like my Oshi is playing that both today and tomorrow. And I'm like, fuck, I can't watch it because like I'm gonna be busy. I'm trying to get my daily VOD watches done before stream time. And I know that if I get sucked into it, I'm never gonna want to leave, so... But thankfully after tonight, I'll be able to sit down and watch them. It's gonna take me a while to get through them, but hey, at least I'll have the weekend. But, trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, I know that, like, this is the second to last day of February. But, I will say though, because, if you don't know, I mean, obviously you see the title of the song that's playing currently, which is, a remix of Snowbell City from Pokemon X and Y. You know what's funny is that in the description of the video, it said that, like, the composer was, like, was going for a bit more of a waltz style type of music. And it's like, for some reason, I really want to talk about, like, Valentine's Day today. That'll also be during intermission as well. But, I think that's about it. I think that's about it. No. Okay, I thought I was gonna mention something, and then I was like, ah, no. Wait, I don't know what it is. Anyway. Because we're starting off an hour later, I think now is the perfect time to start hopping off and getting into the game proper, so we will say goodbye to Firefox for now. And then... there we go. And then we'll see it in a couple hours. Today's stream might be shorter than usual, because I will say this, for any new people... for any new people... I normally don't stream during the weekdays, unless it's like a special occasion, like, for month of October or whatnot, because because that's usually when viewers are busy with either work or school. And I always have to do them like an hour later, because 8 o'clock just does not work for me on weekdays. But obviously I had to make an exception for today, for this stream specifically. Just waiting for the game to load up. I'm also glad to say that I didn't forget my water again. I'm doing good in reminding myself to get it before I sit down for 2.5 hours to stream. Hello? Okay, that was concerning. Like I clicked the game to load it up, and it's like it took a while for it to get past the launcher. Let's see. Go. Currently trying to not resize the window. Trying to move it so it's more accurate. Anyway, so what happened last time in Katawa Shoujo? Well, as you can see right here, we started on Rin's route. With Act 1. Not much really has happened since we started. I mean, we're getting to know more about Rin and how she thinks, how she acts. Like, basically just trying to, like, understand her, right? But, meanwhile, throughout all that, we actually joined the art club. And, seems to be a little bit... It's interesting. Entertaining, at the very least, but, yeah, I will say we're definitely seeing a lot more of a, melancholic, depressive side to Hisao than we have in the routes so far. But, yeah, as I said, nothing much of import has happened, really. I mean, we did actually get to see, because if you remember in Emmy's route, early on, we went through her track meet, and we got to see her at her Emmyest, as Rin would put it. But we saw that scene from Rin's route, and, it's a lot less... Well, maybe not less, but it's definitely it's a different perspective, which makes sense, because again, like, we're not pursuing Emmy romantically on Rin's route. That would be weird, right? It's like you're cheating on your potential situationship with actually, that's some big spoilers. I mean, there's no cheating, I will say that. There's no cheating, I meant situationship. It's like, yeah, we're definitely in a situationship, but we won't get to that until, like, way later, so... I actually do wonder how long, Ren's route will take us, because if you remember here, yeah, we do have Hanako's route stuff, but unfortunately, this was before my old hard drive died, and had to be replaced with a new one. And basically these, and I only got these when I was basically just speed running her route, just so I could finally see what this damn picture looks like. But yeah, so we have Emi's route here, we have Shizune's route here, and we have Rin's route here. So it took us around 8 hours. Obviously, these are from when I last saved in those routes. But yeah, almost 8.5 hours since for Hanako's route. God, probably like 12 and a half to 13 hours for Shizune. She really took a long time. And we're currently almost 3.5 hours into Rin's route. So let's do this. Alright. I will say I haven't done my vocal warm-ups today. Kind of been in a busy mood. So if I'm gonna be, you're probably gonna be hearing me clear my throat a lot this stream, so alright, took a sip of water. Alright. Are you sure you want to go? The weather that has been wonderful for I'm already off to a great start. The weather that has been wonderful for all of June has finally taken a turn for the worse. The leaden clouds drooping over the town look worrisome, and the air feels heavy and still, just like before rain. The forecast says there's a 60% chance of rain this afternoon. Maybe this will mark the beginning of the rainy season.
Of course I'm sure! I've been waiting for this all week!
Wow, my voice cracked. Emmy had planned a picnic at some nearby park, with snacks aplenty bought from the convenience store, but with the weather this gloomy, it seems risky. Ah, that's right. Okay, so we're seeing... Okay, because I remember in the Emmy route, we did plan a picnic in celebration for Emmy's track meet. So, yeah, so I guess we're going to be seeing that scene from Rin's perspective, let's just say.
I asked some other people to come too, but they didn't want to go because of the weather. We have to prove them wrong.
I forgot what Emmy sounds like. It's been a hot minute. Wrong how?
You know, like how it always rains when you think it won't, and when you think it will, it doesn't. We'll go no matter what, so it's a win-win situation. I've been going without sweets for weeks because of practice for the track meet, but now I can splurge on anything I want. Nothing is going to stop me now.
I also sound a little bit stuffed up. For some reason, this month in particular, I have been dealing with some bad, sinus issues. So if I sound a little bit more nasally, I apologize. I thought you were all about a healthy lifestyle and stuff.
Oh, Hisao, you understand so little. There's not a single girl on this planet who doesn't love sweets.
I don't like sweets.
She doesn't count! She doesn't count. Anyway, is this clear?
Completely. We will go and eat our fill of sweets.
Damn straight we will. I'm going to have to work it off later, but it's so worth it.
Emmy seems to be extremely determined about this. She is positively exhilarated, brimming with energy as always, but something seems special today. It looks like she can hardly stop herself from jumping up and down on the spot.
Come on!
I grasp the wooden handle of the umbrella I brought and start to follow the two girls, who seem to have no qualms about leaving me behind if I keep daydreaming. My umbrella is really fancy, the old-fashioned kind with a curved handle and a metal spike at the end. It used to belong to my grandfather. It looks like an antique, but it's in really good shape, almost as good as new. It's really big, too. I remember how my grandfather, my grandmother, and I all fit neatly under it when a rainstorm caught us on an afternoon walk years ago, when I was around 9 or 10. My grandparents are both gone now, but I still have the umbrella to keep me dry when it rains. We walk along the road leading down from the school towards the convenience store, the clouds casting their dark shadow down on us. The weather seems to be taking a turn for the worse, and I'm pretty sure I just felt a raindrop on my head. Didn't you guys think of taking umbrellas? It really looks like it'll rain. Rin looks at her limply hanging sleeves and shrugs her shoulders.
I don't have one. Besides, a little rain won't kill us.
She pushes her chest out, looking very confident about that.
We aren't made of sugar.
I thought that's exactly what girls were made of, especially considering what you're planning to gorge yourself on today. She just sticks her tongue out in reply. The walk down from the school to the local shopping district is not a long one, but it's not very short either. It's all downhill, so our steps roll easily, but time stretches out nevertheless. The distance is right there, in that gray area where you don't expect the trip to be quickly over with, but you aren't preparing for a long walk either. Thus, the trip is slightly too long to stay comfortably quiet the whole time, though the girls don't seem to mind. Rin walks calmly ahead, seemingly lost in thought. I'm kind of wary about starting a conversation, since the last time didn't end very well for either of us. I haven't exchanged a single word with her since then. Excuse me. Emmy, on the other hand, is way too happy about just walking. Excuse me. She seems to literally jump a little on every step, or skip over cracks, or balance on the edge of the sidewalk. Every now and then, she comments on something to which Rin replies in an automatic-sounding, nonsensical way that makes Emmy giggle a little. As we reach the bottom of the hill, the first raindrops begin to fall. I feel one hit the top of my head, then two more hit my nose in quick succession. Shit! It's not one or two rain clouds anymore. The entire sky has turned shadowy gray, billowing rain clouds swirling right on top of us.
Oh, shoot. I guess we aren't going to have a picnic then.
What now? Maybe we can have a rain picnic. A picnic in rain.
No, we'd all just catch a cold, and I don't like getting me or my snacks wet.
I kind of like it. Not the snacks part, though. Emmy considers our problematic situation for a moment while I open my umbrella and lift it up, trying to hold it so that all three of us get covered.
Hey, Hasao, have you been to the Shanghai yet?
It's a cafe somewhere around here, right? I've heard of it.
It's a nice place. Let's go there and wait out the rain. If it's just a really quick shower, we can still go for the picnic. And if it gets worse, we'll just order cake there instead.
Neither Rin nor I have better ideas, so with Emmy taking the lead, we start walking briskly along a side street. The cafe is only a few blocks away, but even with the umbrella, we can't avoid getting slightly damp. The rain keeps coming down harder and harder. Raindrops leave tiny dots on the black asphalt road, which then combine into bigger patches like What the fuck is that word? Which then combine into bigger patches like pointillist artwork being made in front of our eyes in mere seconds. It's pouring heavily, drumming on the hoods of the cars parked on the sides of the street, and already flowing in little creeks along the sidewalks. The yellow light shining through the rainwater streaming down the windows looks very warm and inviting. I think this is the missing track, actually. We'll see. I shake the excess water off the umbrella and head inside with them, following Emmy to a vacant table in the furthest corner of the small cafe. The place is almost full. Apparently other people had the same idea as Emmy, and now we're all stranded together here in this cozy little place. Varnished wooden pillars and paper screens mix with Parisian-style tables and chairs in discordant harmony, a contrast of old and new. Light jazz plays quietly in the background, though it's mostly drowned out by the murmur of the customers. There's only one waitress serving the full house, frantically gliding from one table to another and trying to keep up with everything. To my surprise, I think I recognize her. I watch her deliver a tray of teacups and pastries to another table taken by Yamaku's students, then take an order from a middle-aged couple sitting across from us before finally turning to serve us. Yuko? Now that she's close and facing me, I see that it really is her, the part-time librarian of Yamaku in full waitress attire. It's a pretty cute outfit, and she has her hair tied up in buns to match. It's a completely different image from her mousy plain style at her other job. Yuko blinks a few times looking confused, then remembers that she was about to say something.
Welcome to the Shanghai.
So you work here too? I thought you were a university student or something.
Yes, that too. It's a part-time job, as you can see. It's Sunday, so there aren't any lectures. Good thing, too, since today has been so busy, I'm wishing for another pair of hands. Anyway, I'm in a bit of a rush, as you can see. What can I get you today?
Emmy doesn't hesitate even for a second. Her eyes glitter like those of a kid in a candy store.
Tea for everyone, and cake for me!
Yuko tries to stay as formal and professional looking as possible, smiling cheerily at my ravenous companion.
Yes. Today we have a choice of strawberry shortcake, raspberry layer cake, or lemon meringue pie. Strawberry... No, lemon! No, actually, I'll take both!
She looks at me in challenge. I'll just take the pie. Nothing. Emmy makes a face at Rin as though she had bitten into a lemon. She's clearly unhappy with her for not joining in.
Oh, come on, Rin! That's not polite at all!
Nothing, thank you.
No, you silly! I meant that you should order something too!
I'll take a straw then. My feet are all wet.
Sorry?
The drinking kind of straw. One, please. Yuko is obviously uncertain of what to think about this. She fiddles with her pen and stationery for a moment, looking like she's about to cry, before deciding that we've finished ordering.
Thank you very much!
She bows down a little bit too deeply and scampers to safety behind the counter. After that ordeal is over with, I have a chance to relax a bit and take a better look at the surroundings. Almost every table is occupied by people happy to be out of the rain, thankfully sipping their tea while waiting to dry off. Fragments of grumbling about the lousy weather or discussions over recent homework carry from nearby tables to my ears. Each one overlaps the other, but all are covered by the sound of falling rain. After a while, Yuko returns to our table, carrying a tray with a huge teapot, 3 cups, a slice of cake, and 2 slices of pie. She's shaking! She slaps the tray onto our tiny table with a clatter, almost sending the teapot toppling over into Rin's lap. We barely recover before she bows again and leaves, hurrying off to serve the other customers. Emmy has been eyeing her strawberry cake very hungrily all this time, but somehow she managed to contain herself until Yuko was out of sight. She digs in with gusto, while I content myself with pouring tea for everyone and placing the straw in Rin's cup. Rin looks at the way the tea swirls round and round in her white china cup, her eyes half closed, almost like she is being hypnotized. That does look good! I've never had lemon meringue pie, mainly because, I don't like lemon as a flavor, I just find it too bitter. But I will say, this does make it look good. I pick up my fork and eye the food in front of me. The pie I got looks perfectly done, a thick layer of meringue atop creamy lemon custard. After having the first bite, I pause, savoring the combination of tangy citrus and smooth, sugary meringue. It's quite good, though a bit too sweet for me. It's very good! She's talking through a mouthful of cake, already halfway through her slice, even though it's not exactly small. Listen, she can burn it off, it's fine. She's probably got a really fast metabolism.
some of that.
Before I get to respond, she strikes out of my delicious pie, takes a piece with her fork, and escapes with it.
This is pretty good, too.
What are you doing? You have a slice of your own!
Yeah, but if I start on that before finishing the cake, it'd be rude, don't you think?
Her insolence is outrageous, but the gentleman in me allows for no retaliation. I glare angrily at her, and she replies by sticking out her tongue impishly. Emmy is even more hyper than usual today, but I don't mind. It's good for her to let off some steam. I take another sip of the tea in my cup. It's good and hot, even though I don't usually care much for tea, and the atmosphere in the cafe is very relaxing. I don't mind spending the rest of the afternoon here, not even after Emmy orders her second piece of strawberry cake, and Rin spends most of the time staring fixedly at the rain streaming down from the heavens. Even Yuko rolls her eyes at the third piece of cake disappearing into Emmy's bottomless stomach, just as quickly as the previous two. Damn. Despite the passing of time, it's still raining outside when we exit the Shanghai, though it seems to be letting up a little. Too bad it had to rain on your parade. Weren't we supposed to have a picnic? Emmy doesn't look too distraught over this turn of events.
It's fine. We had a good time, didn't we? I feel really pumped up. It isn't even raining that hard anymore. I kind of want to hike back to school to get rid of this energy and work off some of that cake.
She stretches her arms out and arches her back like a cat. After rolling her shoulders around twice, she smiles brightly.
Man, I can't really run with these legs though, especially uphill. I wish I'd brought my other ones.
This notion sounds odd, spoken so casually. But I guess for Emmy, changing legs is sort of like someone else changing shoes.
Maybe if I walk really fast, that'll be kind of like running. I think I'll do that.
I won't be able to keep up with that going uphill, though. I really am in bad shape. Plus, you'll get wet without an umbrella.
It's hardly even a drizzle now. A few drops won't hurt. I think I'm gonna go to the track after I change my legs, too.
Emmy skips away from the protection of my umbrella and goes on ahead at a brisk pace. Suddenly, she seems to remember something as she stops and spins around.
See you tomorrow! Come eat lunch with us on the roof. I'll bring enough for 3.
Rin and I are left to watch her wave at us and skip off again. Soon she disappears around a street corner. I'll never understand why Emmy is perpetually in such a hurry to get somewhere. So, would you like me to walk you back to school so that at least one of you won't get wet? If you're happy with it. It seems neither of us wants to keep alive the strained atmosphere from the argument a few days ago in the art room, which makes me feel relieved. I don't want to bear grudges, and I'm happy that Rin feels the same way. Thus it is decided that we are content with each other's company for now, and we start walking in the same direction as Emmy, albeit at a considerably calmer pace. Alright, I remember this CG from this route. I get a bit closer to Rin, even though the umbrella is already big enough to shelter us both. I can feel her nearby warmth providing a contrast to the chill of this rainy weather. Raindrops hitting the umbrella make a distinctive sound, playing the staccato melody of rainfall for nobody in particular. I realize I haven't been outside in the rain in what feels like forever. I inhale, taking in the scent of rain, feeling the weather with all my senses. The world melts into a blur inside the rain. The colors of the sky have deepened from gray to dark blue, with hues of red added to the mix from the sunlight reflecting off the clouds. The low-hanging sky looks pretty, as if I could reach out my hand and touch it. Have I told you how much I like rain? It's like painting. It makes me feel connected. Almost echoing my thoughts, Rin lets out one of her own. It slips out of her mouth, circling around us gently. Everything looks so soft, like the outlines of things just disappear. I like that. It's like the rain is hugging me. Her voice sounds different from usual, more gentle now, and soft. I wonder if it's only because of the rain, or because of the mood the rain brought upon the quiet artist girl. I feel that mood in myself, too, enhanced by her words. Yeah, I like rainy weather, too. It's nice every once in a while. I wonder what it is about the rain. Wait, I wonder what is it? I feel like that should be reversed. I wonder what it is about the rain. Everything. A silence follows the statement, as it allows for no continuation. I decide to push the direction of the conversation a little. Jesus Christ. My lights flickered. But you know, if you like the feeling of being connected, what's the problem with showing your paintings to others? Don't you want to be connected to other people? It's not the same thing. You're comparing apples and squids. I brought up the subject Rin wants to avoid, and it shuts her down again. The question stays hanging between us for the rest of the trip back to school, and I can't help wondering what on earth I could have said to truly reach Rin. Does she feel that she's lacking an identity? She has a strong personality, but if pressed to elaborate, I'm not sure I could describe it accurately. She feels like a person who is in constant conflict with herself. I never know what to expect when I talk to her. I wonder how she herself experiences that disconnect. If Rin is asking herself every day, who am I, and obsessively paints images to define herself day after day, what does she think of that way of living? The irony is, that's the exact same question I've been asking myself for the past 4 or 5 months. For me, it was miserable. I can only assume that's the natural state of being for this girl. When we stop in front of the dormitories, Rin turns to face me, as if sensing my thoughts from afar. Her gaze travels emptily past my left shoulder into the shapeless rainfall. Her dark eyes seem to suck the low ambient light into themselves, like a reverse mirror. That empty gaze lets nothing out. If I want to understand what's going on behind those eyes, I have to work it out myself. Rin opens her mouth, then closes it without saying anything. The silence lasts for a few more moments before she takes a step towards the dorm building door. See you tomorrow. Interesting. So that is one of the things about this route. It's just like Rin's identity issues, I guess. And her trouble connecting with others. Okay. The next morning, like every second Monday morning until he says otherwise, I have an appointment with the nurse. They allow me to skip part of my first class in the morning, and I don't feel any shame in skipping the rest either. Rather than being thankful I get to miss world history, I instead feel dread when I think about these appointments. I wake up at the normal time anyway and wash myself in the bathroom I share with Kenji, tidying my sleep-disheveled hair. I quickly get dressed and put my laundry in the basket. No looking into the mirror like we're James from Silent Hill 2. I pack up for the school day. I have all my homework done, like usual, so I have a bit of free time now. Excuse me. There's no point in going to the morning class for 20 minutes before I'd have to get to the nurse's office, so I lie down on my bed and read a book until it's time to go. Moshi moshi. The door to the nurse's office is open, which is unusual. I enter while knocking to announce my arrival. Looking up from his computer screen, he motions me to take a seat with a friendly hello. Steam wafts up from a piping hot cup of coffee on his desk. It's probably not his first today. How are you feeling on this wonderful morning, Hisao? I'm alright, I think. It was cold yesterday because of the rain, so I woke up feeling a bit groggy. Need to turn this down a little bit. You too, huh? Quite a few kids got caught without an umbrella, so we've been spending time handing out masks and curing sniffles. Alright, today it's test day. Today it's tests day? Give me your arm. I extend my left arm towards him, keeping my face expressionless. The nurse ties a rubber tourniquet around my bicep with a practice movement and briskly goes about his business. I don't think anybody really likes getting stuck with needles, but at least I got over my distaste for them. I had to. Now I barely even twitch at the moment of truth. Once that's done, a blood pressure check follows. Then there are checklists and questionnaires to go through. The nurse nods and scribbles in my answers to the questions as I give them. Alright, let's have a listen now. I unbutton my shirt and put it neatly on the back of the chair I was using while he puts on his stethoscope. I know by heart the order of places where he's going to listen to my lungs and heartbeat. I adjust my breathing to be even and deep without even being asked. It's become routine now, for both of us. It's funny. This is pretty much the only time in one's life when you really concentrate on breathing and nothing else. It's always amused me. Not unless you're me where it's like every so often I just become aware that I'm breathing, and all of a sudden I'm just like, all I can think about is, am I breathing right? Am I breathing in a certain way? Is the air filling my body in that way I like? Does that make sense? But the worst part of that is that it usually happens when I'm trying to sleep. And I don't know why. I guess because I just get nervous. Because I've heard of moments where it's like someone just stops breathing in their sleep. Now I should express, it's not death. It's because I think that happens to people. It's like they just stop breathing for some reason during sleep, but most of the time, usually the brain just kind of like sends a signal to your lungs being like, hey, you need to breathe, and then you're back to breathing again. It's like, it's so weird. It's so weird. The nurse lifts the cold steel stethoscope from my chest and places it a few inches lower, listening again. The contact with the metal makes me flinch on reflex, even though I was expecting it. He furrows his brow, but I can't tell if it's because he's unhappy or if he's trying to pick something specific out among the complex multitude of irregularities in my heartbeat. Is there something wrong? Excuse me. Please don't talk. Okay. I shut up and become more anxious. That would make me anxious. It's like, what do you mean you're listening to my heartbeat and all of a sudden, like, you tell me to not speak a sound? It's like, The nurse is nice, but I can't help disliking these mandatory checkups. I wonder if I'm going to end up hating all medical appointments from now on because of these. He finally lifts the circular metal plate from my chest, allowing me to talk again. Everything seems to be fine. Are you feeling alright yourself? I suppose. I was out yesterday when it was raining, and yeah, I really felt a bit under the weather in the morning. Maybe I caught a cold. Were you with Emmy? She came down with a cold too. My people told her to stay in bed for a day or two. Really? I mean, I was with her, but I didn't know she got sick. I guess it was a dumb thing after all for her to go out in the rain like that. Yeah. Well, let's put that aside. Everything seems to check out for you, but remember to be careful. Of course, I really don't want to go back to the hospital. He catches something, maybe repressed terror, I don't know, in my voice, and glances up from some papers he was looking at. Hey, don't worry. At this stage, it would take a huge crash in your condition to get you rehospitalized. It doesn't really reassure me, but grumbling about it to him won't make any difference. I quietly take my leave. Walking along the corridor from the auxiliary building to the main school building, I encounter a young female nurse coming the other way. She smiles at me when we pass by each other. The lobby is empty of people. No surprise, since classes are still going on. I hear muffled sounds of discussion coming from behind the first floor classroom doors. I glance at my watch. I'd have to rush to get to my classroom in time, and I don't feel like going to class anyway, so I decide to climb up to the roof and have an extra long lunch break. Emmy promised she'd bring something for me today. Excuse me. Emmy promised she'd bring something for me today, but if she's sick, that's probably not going to happen. I'm not feeling hungry anyway, so it's all the same. The climb up the steep stairwell to the roof is oddly liberating, almost like losing weight. I feel satisfaction that it doesn't wind me as badly as it did the first time I came up here. I push open the squeaky door at the top and step into sunlight. Ah, light! The chain link fence allows for a grand view over the treetops, all the way to the gray silhouettes of downtown further away. The dreary weather of yesterday is just a memory now. The silvery blue sky seems to be a mere arm's reach away. Okay. I forget for a moment that I'm in a bad mood. The warmth of the sun soaks into my bones, making me drowsy and lazy instead. The bells ring for lunch break, startling me back into reality. Soon afterwards, the quad below me bursts into life. Students pour out of the doors down on the ground floor, intent on enjoying lunch at the quad and the lush gardens in this perfect weather. When I hear the door to the stairwell being pushed open, I don't bother turning to see who it is. The intruder starts coming towards me with uneven footsteps. The little river stones the roof is covered with rattle and crunch underfoot. The footsteps stop a few feet behind me, followed by a silence. I look upwards, into the glowing eye of the sun, absorbing its warmth with my whole body. What are you doing? I turn around out of courtesy at her first words, to behold the slim, awkward figure of Rin Tezuka. She looks very much like herself today, too. Her hair is maybe a tad messier than usual, as if she just got out of bed. Hey, I recognize you. You were in my last Steins Gate stream. Yeah, I do play Katawa Shoujo. I have a whole playlist of this game up on my channel. I've been playing this for fucking years at this point. I'm on my second to last route, though. But we're only in Act 1 of Ren's route right now. Though I suspect we're beginning to reach the end of it and start Act 2, which, thank God. She stands with her weight shifted onto one foot, looking at me with mild curiosity, as if I were something in a store's display window. I don't know. Just spacing out, I guess. What about you? Emmy promised food. We usually eat here. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I heard Emmy came down with a cold. Oh, really? Darn, I just... Oh, no! Well, we're playing through all of these routes, so if you don't want to get spoiled, I think it's best you leave now. Oh. I guess that makes sense. She wasn't in class. It's not that common to get a cold in June, though. You don't think she went running at the track afterwards like she said. The rain just kept going. Probably. In the rain? In the rain. That sounds like a bit too much for just keeping up with training regime. Emmy is a hard-headed one, though, so I can see her running in the downpour just because she had to. Well, if you played through Emmy's route, we know exactly why she did that. But again, we're on Rin's route, so we don't know. We're just gonna assume she's just you know. Oh, thank you for the sub. I hope you enjoy playing this game whenever you get around to it. Well, that's obviously overdoing it. Probably why she came down with that cold, too. But I guess it's kinda cool. Speaking of that, I'm not feeling well either. Rin sneezes pretty hard, failing to stop it in time. She cranes her head down to wipe her nose on her shoulder. So deciding that would be too unladylike, I pull out my handkerchief and hold it to her nose. I love how it's like, oh right, she can't wipe her nose because she doesn't have hands. But, you know, so it's like his sounds like, but wait a minute, that would be too unladylike. When has Rin ever given a fuck about being ladylike? Here, bless you. Thanks. She clears her nose and I dab the handkerchief gently on it, wiping it clean. Her nose is really cute. Oddly enough, it's probably the girliest part of Rin's face. I think I'm blushing a little, but Rin doesn't notice. That sounds rude! Like, am I wrong for that? It's like, that's rude, isn't it? Like, that sounded like a backhanded compliment! Oh, her nose is the girliest part of her face! That's so weird! Thanks. I think I might be coming up or down with something too. Like I was saying. Hope not. Rin doesn't seem to be that should be two, like T-O-O. Rin doesn't seem to be too bothered about eating, so despite the lack of Emmy-provided lunch, we stay up on the rooftop. She comes over and stands next to me, right up against the fence, looking into the same abstract distance as I am. Nobody else seems to be coming around to intrude upon this calmness either. It's quiet and peaceful. What does one do on a lunch break if not eat? It turns out that, between the two of us, we don't really know. Fortunately, passing time is an activity that manages itself just fine. Even though there's no conversation to fill the silence between the passing seconds, no pointless activities like cloud gazing to spend upon the minutes between now and then, time marches on relentlessly. I keep checking the time on my watch, then decide it's a dumb thing to do. Instead, I try to hold out for as long as possible before I check it again. Maybe I can hold out for 6 or 7 minutes. Rin remains silent, idly looking up at the cerulean expanse above us. I wonder why, more often than not, we don't speak much. She said that she doesn't like speaking because of her perceived difficulties with expressing herself properly. As for me, I think I just got sucked into the habit at the hospital, where I spent such a long stretch of time never really talking to anyone. Most of the time, I feel comfortable about this quiet mood. And even when I get the feeling that I have to break the silence, it's always so difficult to come up with something to talk about when it's with Rin. I mean, to be fair, that just sounds like, you know, like, because, I always hear about people where they talk about how they don't like sitting in silence because of a multitude of different reasons, right? But I think if you're, because, to me, right, like, I am someone where when I'm with my friends, I obviously talk a lot and a lot and a lot. Like, I never shut the fuck up. And for some people, I think that's cool. And for some people, that's fine, because it's like, they're not really, like, talkers. They're more listeners. And so for them, I think for them, it's like, you know, it's good. It's great. Again, like, I yap and yap and yap, and they just listen to me, right? But I also really enjoy moments where, we just sit in silence. Because, I will say, I remember doing this when I was younger and such, but not so much now, where, I used to sit in calls with people, and we would often talk, right, in the beginning of it, but then when, like, stretched on to where we're in the late night hours, we would basically just be doing our own thing, and it never really felt awkward at any moment. At least for me. I don't know about the other person or people, but for me, it never felt awkward because, because eventually I do stop talking. I run out of things to, like, speak on, right? And and we just settle into that, like, comfortable silence. And I hear a lot of people say that if you're able to sit in silence with somebody, just doing if you're able to sit in silence with somebody or some people, just doing, with all of you doing your own thing, and it doesn't at once feel uncomfortable or awkward, that's how like, you kind of found your people. And I do agree with that. And I think that's kind of and I feel like, but it does seem like, let me check the backlog here real quick. And it does seem like Hisao, like, I mean, because he says here, like, most of the time I feel comfortable about this quiet mood. Like, it does sound like he does at the very least, like, he's grown so comfortable with Rin at this point that, like, there's really no need for words when they can just hang out and feel fulfilled, if that makes sense. She and I are on such different wavelengths that nothing seems to be on common ground. What is it that you like about the sky so much? She turns to me, her eyes dark and serious. Sky's the only thing that's perfect. I know it. You could say I'm an expert of sky if you wanted. And I am, even if you didn't want to. A sky expert. It's always different, but it's always perfect also when it's different. I follow her gaze up into the boundless blue expanse, thinking of her words. Have you ever wanted to be something different? It wouldn't be so bad to be the sky. No, I mean someone else. Someone different. To go to a normal school like everyone else, not have to worry about stuff. What stuff? I try to find the right words for a moment, but can't manage to form a sentence that I'd be comfortable with actually using. Man, I don't really want to say it aloud. Try. I'm not so good at mind reading. Don't you ever want to not be disabled? She thinks about this, and then shakes her head, frowning. That's a hard question. I don't know what to say. It's okay if you don't say anything. It's okay if you don't say anything. For some reason, I'm just so unsatisfied with who I am right now that I'm constantly thinking stuff like that. It's pretty hard to admit, but there it is. Honestly, I feel relieved about finally saying it aloud to someone, even if it's just Rin. I think I want to be different, sometimes. I've thought about changing myself lately, but it's a bit scary, like walking backwards with your eyes closed. The difficult part is to know where your toes are not pointing. I mean, directions. Even if I don't do anything, I would never stay the same. It's like my old paintings. They're different than what I paint now, because I'm different, but they're still my paintings, so there's something same. That's really strange. I'm different every day, but I'm still me every day. Who am I then? Is that a riddle? If you want it to be. I don't know the right answer, though. so you have to come up with it yourself. Well, it's the sky, isn't it? Going by your definition just now? I actually managed to surprise her by that. Maybe she had already forgotten about it.
That's right. But I was thinking about myself when I said that. Very strange. Could it be that I actually am the sky?
I don't think that's possible. Your logic's a bit off somewhere. She looks down and shuts up, and I can see she's quickly going over the deduction mentally, seemingly unhappy with the result she finally arrives at. Yeah, maybe I'm not the sky. Would make sense. I have a hard time knowing what kind of a person I am. You're not the only one. It's like my mind is in some other place than the rest of me. Underwater. Yeah. I wonder how it got there. I have no answer, so a brief silence falls between us for a moment. I shift my gaze back to the sky above us. The last time I really paid much attention to the sky was... I guess it must have been at the hospital. I could only see a thin strip of sky from the window of my room. If I walked up to the windows and pressed my face against the cold glass, the strip became bigger, but not by much. That sky made me feel sad and lonely, a reminder of the world on the other side. I wonder if there's another world beyond the sky we see from up here on the school's roof as well. I can't stop comparing life at Yamaku to my hospitalization, but I really should. I'm not there anymore. The narrow sky from the window of my hospital room, the faces of the doctors, the faces of my parents, the off-white walls everywhere, Iwanako's letter, echoing the words she never said. They're things of the past now. I wish I could forget everything up until now, and that time would stop completely. There would be only me, Rin, and the sky. An eternal lunch break on this rooftop. Perfect, unchanging, and forever. I'm not sure if I like or hate this school. I could have gone to a normal school if I wanted, but I chose to come here. Why? I just decided I would. Kind of like melon or plum jelly. Do you think it was a good idea? I mean, there are a lot of good things about this school, but I think there are a few bad things also. I know. I kind of collect people because they're interesting. People here really are amazing. Most of them, but not all. Some people can't take it. They hurt too much. It gets really bad sometimes, you know? They hurt. I wonder if you're like that too. I hope not. I don't like things like that. Hey, I'm not your case study, and I'm not going to give up and die or anything. Anyway, I meant more that this place is too distant from the real world. What's the real world? Everything out there. Real people, with normal everyday lives that fit together like a puzzle. You don't think we aren't like that? Real people? Maybe we aren't. Well, no, we are. I just meant that it feels more like we're the leftover pieces. Rin thinks for a while, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing as she bites her lip a little bit, like a child. Is it hard to be disabled? Her question earns a dry chuckle from me. You tell me. You've been in this business a lot longer than I have. She thinks about that for another while. I don't really feel that disabled. I mean, I do pretty much everything differently, but it's not that hard. I can always practice. I've started to practice food things this year. I think I'd want to learn to cook in a real kitchen someday. That's admirable, but I don't think it's just a state of mind.
Maybe not to you.
I have no good counter to that, so I concede by falling silent. The situation is making me more and more confused. I know what I want, but don't know how to reach it. Rin seems to believe she can simply will herself into the shape she thinks she needs to be, but can't decide whether she wants to be a bird or a butterfly.
I think, in the end, I'm not really that happy with who I am either, but that doesn't mean I regret being who I am. That's the thing that's wrong with you, Hisao.
Oh. I've only started to process that rather blunt statement before Rin suddenly hugs me. What are you doing? I've never been hugged by a girl with no arms before. To be honest, it doesn't really physically feel like a hug. The awkward way she presses her body against mine and the lack of embracing arms makes it feel like she fell on top of me. But the warmth of a real hug is still there, and that's how I recognize it for what it is.
I'm hugging you, Hisao.
I know that, but...
Is it wrong? I thought this is what you're supposed to do. I'm not really used to this kind of thing. The first time Emmy hugged me, I got surprised and kicked her in the stomach. I can kick pretty hard, so she hasn't been hugging me an awful lot after that.
It's not wrong, No, it's just me. Things are a bit hard for me, for the time being. I can't seem to react properly to anything.
Really? So it is hard being disabled after all.
I guess she has me cornered there. I don't have the energy to start arguing against it, but I feel like I have to get something out. Well, No, it's not hard. I think it's just me overthinking things. I really wish I didn't feel so sorry for myself all the time. I wonder if I always was this fragile, or if I became this way after my incident. Nothing had ever truly shaken my world like that before, so there's no telling. Ren presses her cheek against me tightly. I can feel the warmth of her body close against me. Her body temperature feels really high, as if she had absorbed the sunlight into herself and was now sharing it with me. Or perhaps it's a natural state for her. It's the most comforting thing I've felt in a long, long time.
Wow, your heartbeat really does sound weird. It's like a drunken percussion orchestra.
Please don't say stuff like that. I get very uncomfortable. I laugh at her comment anyway, in an attempt to ease the tension. It sounds a little bit too forced. Man, I'm sorry I'm such a mess.
It's okay. It's the best part of you.
Hearing that doesn't make me happy. She breaks off the hug and settles down. An awkward silence falls upon us like a blanket. Me feeling embarrassed about myself, and Rin trying to arrange her expression to something she likes. One last time, I glance upwards. This rooftop is really great. It's like I'm just a little bit closer to the sky.
I know a better place, but we can't go there on lunch break. I can take you there sometime if you want.
The bells ring for the beginning of the afternoon classes, and Rin stands up to make her way downstairs. I don't hurry after her, deciding to stay up here for just a little while longer. Thanks for the hug.
Thanks for not kicking me.
After Rin leaves, I finally let tears roll down my cheeks and cry for my condition for the first and only time in my life. Then I cast away the hollow person lying on the hospital bed. Forever. Wow, I thought that would be the ending of Act 1. Shit! Okay, I will say though, that was a really good scene. I will say though, that was a really good scene. Because and it does bring up some stuff, right? For me personally, like, let me bring up the text history. It makes it so much easier for me to like remind myself, like, what did we say? But this question right here, right? Don't you ever want to not be disabled? Because, and I think that is, and I think, like, and I actually do, like, I do appreciate, like, that the narrative says that, like, Hisao feels weird asking that, considering, like, he doesn't feel comfortable with saying it, right? Probably because he feels like it makes him seem like a jerk, right? Asking, like, a disabled person, like, don't you ever want to not be that? But I think I think it is, like, I think it is a question that, because obviously the difference between Rin and Hisao, right, is that Rin was born disabled. I mean, granted, Hisao was too, but you'll see what I mean in a minute. Like, but Rin was born disabled, right? Like, she was born, because I think if I remember correctly, she was born without arms. Like, it just didn't form, right? Whereas with Hisao, I mean, granted, he's had arrhythmia for his whole life. It's just that now it's made itself known. So the way that I look at it is that Rin was born disabled, whereas Hisao was made disabled, right? If that makes sense. And I think it's, and obviously that's how it works for a lot of people in the real world, in the world, is, again, like, you can be born disabled or you can be made disabled. It's either one. And I remember talking about this last stream with Hisao wondering about his condition, and and how, because I brought it up in the beginning of this as well, where he's depressed, and I think it's understandable why, because, as I said last stream, knowing that he's got this disability for the rest of his life, and that means he's had to essentially change his whole life around to, like, accommodate for it. He's having to, like, sacrifice some things, he's having to do things that he normally didn't do beforehand, like, that is hard. That is, it takes a long time to adjust to something like that, And it's understandable for Hisao to be depressed about it, and I would even argue traumatized, considering, what led up to this lifestyle change. It's weird to call it a lifestyle change, but you get what I mean. And I think it is, and I think the whole question of, don't you ever want to not be disabled, is a question that many made disabled people ask them, like, I think want to ask, because obviously, in our world, like, yes, there have been some accommodations made for, certain disabilities and such, but the world is very cruel towards disabled people. Like, it's not, like, the world is not made to accommodate us. And I include myself in that because, I mean, I'm able-bodied, right? I have no idea what it's like to be physically disabled. But considering my autism is counted as a disability, I do fit under that broad umbrella. And I can tell you right now that obviously being autistic has impacted my life. Like I was born with it, and I always have experienced the world in a different way compared to neurotypical people. And that has definitely led to some hard times in my life where, I do relate to Rin on some level of not really being able to connect to other people because of my difficulties in sociability. And that's been rough, like, I am an introvert. Like, I'm very much a very extreme introvert, let's just say. Like, I think I border on being a shut-in, but, but there are moments where I feel that loneliness, that difficulty of not being able to really connect to most people. Because I'm just on a different wavelength compared to them. And it's hard, but that's what makes me, but I will say that, like, thankfully, after many years, because I've talked about this before, where I was diagnosed, right, at the age of 12, and that started like this whole thing for me for like 4 years, where I tried to, like, I basically masked like 24/7 from when I found out about the autism diagnosis to when I had my, let's just say, my attempt, like, in 2014. And that was miserable. Like, I was fucking miserable. I was depressed, and I was, like, constantly worried about passing myself off as, like, as normal, as neurotypical, and obviously that wasn't healthy. That was not healthy. And as I said, like, I nearly tried to kill myself because of this. And that led to me realizing, that I can't keep living that way. And it took me an additional year to really kind of, like, process, like, what being autistic means for me and my life. And it wasn't, and I say an additional year because that's how long it took for me to be out about it. Like, it feels weird to say, like, oh, I came out about being autistic, considering the whole idea of coming out is for, like, like, not life-threatening, what's the word? Like, I don't know how to put it. It feels weird to compare that to, like, coming out of the closet, right? But I think for someone like me who spent years hiding that aspect of myself that is intrinsic to me, it did feel like coming out, and I can tell you right now that I was terrified. Like, I was scared because the friends I did make, which were completely online, and honestly in school too, it was terrifying because I was afraid of being treated differently. I was afraid of being seen as, like, something to be pitied or something to be infantilized, because that is a real problem that many autistic people face, is being treated as if we can't think for ourselves, we can't take care of ourselves. And I was terrified of that, and I was so fucking happy when I came out about it and nobody treated me any differently, or at the very least, like, not in the way that was considered bad. And since then, I've really grown to feel comfortable with myself. I mean, I've accepted it, right? I can't change that part of myself, and instead of trying to change it, I should just embrace it and just try to, live life looking for the best in things. And and I will say that, as of now, since it's been 10 years since then, like, over 10, it'll be 11 in a couple months, I feel comfortable. Like, I feel comfortable in my skin. I feel happier. I don't feel like I have to change myself, But just because of all that, that doesn't erase the difficulties or the obstacles I have to overcome. I still find it hard to, like, connect to people. I still find it hard to do things that, other people my age that happen to be neurotypical can do. But I still try to do them. And I'm so happy that I found people that are like me, that I can connect with, and we can, like, fucking relate to each other about the struggles we face. But, but circling back to this whole thing of, this, I have wondered, like, what would life be like if I wasn't autistic, if I wasn't disabled, and if I wanted to, like, not be autistic, like, because there's obviously the whole debate of, curing autism, is it a good thing, is it a bad thing? And it's obviously a debate that merits a lot of discussion, because obviously the knee-jerk reaction that I would say is, like, no, I don't think it needs to be cured, but obviously autism is a spectrum disorder, and there's a lot of people who have, let's just say, higher support needs than I do, where their autism affects them in a much more negative and severe way than mine does. And for them, if they say that yes, they would like to be cured, I'm not going to judge them for it, because I may not completely understand, but to me, it's like, if they're miserable, why would I want to deny them the possible chance of, like, having a better quality of life? Because that's the whole thing, is just, we all have one life to live, and I think we should be allowed to live it the way we want to, as happily as we can. Does that make sense? And so for this whole thing, right, with Hisao, because, again, he's having to accept the fact that he is now disabled, and is always going to be disabled. He's going to always have to take medication. He's always going to have to, like, visit the doctor every so often, to get checkups to make sure that he's not going to fucking die. Like, that's a lot. That is a lot to process. That is a lot to process for a high school student, who's, it's like, they already have enough to worry about. Now you have to add this on top of it? Oh my god. And then of course, you do have Rin, talking about how, she wants to be different sometimes. Like, she wants to be a different person, I guess. Well, maybe not a different person, like, she's scared of change, right? She's talked about that before in the last stream. And then of course, let me get to a part here. Where is it? Okay, this part here too, where Hisao's talking about how Yamaku is so distant from the real world. It's very interesting to think about that, because I feel like it's applicable now especially, where, because there is a little bit of, it's not debate necessarily, it's not research, like, there's something about how, like, because I remember reading somewhere how, because as I said before, like, the world is very, like, it's not suitable or made for us disabled people, right? But something that has to be said is that there are a lot of cases where someone is very, like, disabled. Like, it sounds messed up to say, like, oh, you look disabled, but you know what I mean. Like, there are some people where it's like, you can tell from a distance that they are very physically disabled, and in the nicest way possible, please do not take this the wrong way, it doesn't look good. And many people don't like looking at that. And so it's interesting that Hisao says that, like, oh, this place is too distant from the real world. I almost wonder if that's commentary or something, like, relating to the idea that, like, many able-bodied people, who are very ableist, they would rather just create a place where they can just stick every disabled person in there so that they don't have to look at them. They don't have to be reminded that, like, oh, there are people that are different from us. Does that make sense? It, if anything, kind of reminds me of the old school sanitariums and asylums where, they would send very mentally ill people to, not necessarily because they wanted them to get better. It's more so, like, just so they weren't an inconvenience to others. Like, that's what I mean. But yeah, it's interesting that Hisao, like, because when Rin asks him, like, well, what is the real world to you? And Hisao's like, well, everything out there, like, real people with normal lives that just fit together. And Rin calling him out, like, you don't think we're real people? And then Hisao being like, well, maybe we are, but then no, we have to be, right? And it's interesting that he says, like, I just meant that it feels like more like that we're the leftover pieces. And it's like, basically because we don't fit together with other people, that dehumanizes us, right? Like, that's my interpretation. I am happy to be wrong about that, though. Because, unfortunately, there are also a lot of people who don't really see disabled people as people. More, again, like, either as people to be pitied, people to infantilize, or, but then there are some really cruel people who will just look at some and think that they're not even human. They're gross, they're ugly, they're monsters, Maybe that's a little bit of hyperbole on that last part, but you get what I mean. Like, it, because unfortunately there is a lot of accounts from disabled people where they have talked about how they've encountered people who dehumanize them because they're disabled, and it's sad. That's not right. It's not right. It's wrong. And then there's this whole thing where Ren asks Hisao, is it hard to be disabled? And, and Hisao's like, well, I don't know. What is it like for you? And Ren's like, I mean, I don't feel like it. I mean, and she says here, I do pretty much everything differently, but it's not that hard. I can always practice. And that makes sense, because, yeah, she doesn't know she has never lived a life where she was able-bodied. She's always been disabled. And for her, it's like, how different is it? How different is that? Yeah, I have to do everything differently, but, I kind of just, it's kind of like, what's the word? What's the phrase I'm looking for here? I think to Ren, it's like, yeah, I have to do things differently, but, is it really that much different compared to, trying to teach a baby to do developmental milestones, Like, that's how I interpret it. And I really like this line, too, where it's, where she says, like, I may not be, like, I've started to practice how to cook with my feet and my legs. I want to learn how to cook. I want to learn how to cook actual food. And I think that's really admirable. And and Hisao even says, that's admirable, but then he backs it up by saying, like, I don't think it's just a state of mind. I don't think it's a state of mind. And Ren's like, well, maybe not to you. And I really like that, because I kind of feel like that's Ren kind of like standing up for herself, being like, well, I can do it. I just have to learn how to try. And I like that, because because, obviously she's at a natural disadvantage, but she's still willing to try to learn how to cook. And that is admirable. She just has to keep at it. Like, And then, of course, this, right? I think in the end, I'm not really that happy with who I am either, but that doesn't mean I regret being who I am. That's the thing that's wrong with you, Hisao. Because, yeah, Hisao is definitely not happy with who he is, but it just, but it seems like he regrets being this way, when it's like, what can you do? You were born with this. How can you regret it? And I really like that Ren, even though she knows how awkward this is, like, she still attempts to comfort him with a hug, because she understands that, people hug others when they want to be comforted. And I like that. Let me see here. But I think, but I will say this, like, the ending of that scene where Hisao, like, the way that I kind of read this, I finally let tears roll down my cheeks and cry for my condition for the first and only time in my life. Then I cast away that hollow person lying on the hospital bed forever. I kind of interpret that as, that, like, the idea that, like, Hisao is never allowed, because I guess in a way, again, I should express this is the way I interpret it. Your interpretation can be different. The way I interpreted this is that it's Hisao basically, like, allowing himself to finally grieve over the life he once had. Because I think obviously he's allowed to mourn what he had that is now never gonna happen, that will most likely never be the same again. And he's, like, I think he's allowed to mourn that and grieve, and grieve over that. and thus he never really allowed himself, but I think he never really allowed himself to feel those emotions regarding that until that moment. And now that he finally has, he's processed it, and he's like finally let them out in some way, shape, or fashion. He's finally able to move on with his life. Like, that's how I interpreted it, right? Anyway, like, that whole scene is really good. That scene is really good, just in terms of, like, because I think if anything, like, I feel like we did not really get much of something like that magnitude in any of the routes we've had so far. But then again, it's also been years since I've last played some of these routes, so I could be wrong there. But yeah, I really like that scene overall. I think it's a really good scene for this kind of, for this. So anyway, I'm sorry for the long talk about this, but it's like I just really wanted to give my thoughts on that scene and, just kind of like discuss, because that's what you do with stuff like this. You discuss things, and you get the chance to potentially open up a debate, a discussion, and such. Excuse me, I had to take some water real quick because my throat is starting to ache. Alrighty. Okay. Wait, how long have I been playing this? 4:10? I think it's like 20-minute talk. Anyway. 2 days later, I'm feeling less miserable. I even go for a long, brisk, healthy walk like the nurse recommended, something which I had avoided and dodged with all sorts of excuses earlier. I feel more active in class as well, delighting our science/homeroom teacher, Mr. Muto, with correct and promptly delivered answers. The break right now between the 2 morning classes is too short for any sort of meaningful activity, but too long to just spend it sitting in the classroom and doing nothing. God, I will say that actually hurt my throat a lot, talking for 20 minutes straight. Let's see how long I can go with this. Going out into the hallway isn't much better, but flexing my stiffened muscles is a better use of time than letting them get even stiffer by staying seated. The door of the neighboring classroom door opens, and the students of 3-4 emerge to further fill up the already semi-crowded hallway. It seems their teacher kept them in for a few extra minutes. Emmy is among them. She notices me noticing her, which almost makes me look away on reflex. I don't, however, and Emmy smiles at me as she happily skips towards me past the other students. Emmy looks pretty energetic, showing no sign of illness whatsoever. It seems she recovered from the cold.
Hey! Good morning!
Nice to see you back on your feet. Feeling better now? She looks fine to me, but I still feel compelled to ask.
Thanks! And yeah, I do. It was just a cold, nothing serious.
Emmy laughs confidently, as if to emphasize her condition. I wonder for a moment what would count as serious in Emmy's book. She seems to be eager to put the topic aside, though. Where are you going?
Off to Rin's room to see if she's awake yet.
Oh? She skipped the morning class? A sheepish smile emerges on Emmy's face, and she gets slightly flustered.
Not exactly. It seems that she caught the cold that I had.
Sorry to hear that. Well, she was out in the rain on Sunday with us after all. I saw her on Monday, and she was feeling a bit under the weather back then, too. I might need to clear my throat for a moment. Ciotto mate. Alright, sorry about that.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll ask the nurse for some cold medication to give her if she doesn't get better soon.
She leaves for the girls' dorm. I want to go with her to wish Rin well. I want to tell her that I'm better now too, but it doesn't feel appropriate. An unspecified feeling diverts my thoughts away. Somehow, I just can't summon the resolve to go in there. Is this what Iwanako went through when she tried to tell me what she felt? That was a short scene. Chotomate, I gotta do something real quick. Let me see here. See. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Even though I'm feeling more energetic, I'm still hesitant about going over there to talk to Rin. It's not until 2 days later, on Friday, that I finally gather enough courage to enter the girls' dorm. I ask the first person I meet inside for directions to Rin's room. Also, I forgot to save. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what this scene is. Oh, this is going to be so uncomfy for me. I knock on Rin's unmarked door and wait. After a few seconds of silence, I hear something rustling inside the room. I start wondering if maybe I should have brought something for her, like a can of warm coffee or some oranges. I could have peeled them for her. Well, too late now. The door opens soundlessly. It was already unlocked, and I find myself staring at Rin, who stares back at me. She looks like she just got out of bed, with her hair all messed up. This is why I'm uncomfortable. And barely any clothes on. God, okay. I don't know how to go about this. Ellipses.
Hello.
There is a strange, stupid-looking smile on Rin's face. I'm not exactly sure why. Rin smiles so rarely that it seems to be out of place every time. Especially so now, given her partially undressed state. Said state makes me feel extremely conflicted about whether or not this was a good idea. Her cheeks are flushed rose red, contrasting with the milky pale complexion of a person who doesn't get enough sunlight. Her forehead looks sweaty, as though she might have a fever. Hi. Now what? I didn't plan anything further than this, and Rin is staring at me with those expectant eyes of hers again. Something about this situation gives me very strange vibes. Her eyes are even more vacant than usual, and she seems to have a hard time focusing them on anything. The lack of clothing is disturbing, but since she herself doesn't seem to be bothered, why should I be? Well, I'm bothered, Hisao! I keep telling myself that anyway. I thought I'd pay you a visit since you haven't been at the art club. And I wanted to talk with you and wish you well. Rin doesn't show any sign of recognizing what I just said, making me wonder if she actually understood my words, or if she even heard them. Maybe it's the fever making her groggy. She might have actually been asleep before I came over. Okay. What am I gonna do with that? I feel like I'm breaking TOS here. I mean, she's not technically naked, but it's also like, ooh. But the problem, and I know people might be like, well, you can always have the sensor up, and it's like, bro, the sensor covers up the whole screen! And I don't want to be like, sizing this up and down every so often, just to cover shit. She turns on her heel and withdraws from the door, walking back inside the small room. From the doorway, I can see her walk to her bed and half fall down, half sit down on the messy pile of bed sheets. The open doorway seems to be more of an obstacle in my mind than the closed door was, but since Rin doesn't say anything else, I step through it and into her room. Rin is on her bed, leaning against the wall, leaving the only chair in the room for me. She keeps quiet even after I sit down, so maybe she meant to invite me in but just forgot to say so aloud? An implied invitation, as it were. Very exciting. Nobody has visited me before. The breaking of the silence draws my attention from the room to its inhabitant, who currently seems to be in the middle of a very profound thought process. Actually, that wasn't true. About visiting. But Emmy doesn't count even if she visits. She always pampers me too much. I think she's having too much fun. I think I forgot how to put a bra on by myself. Okay. She looks groggily down at her chest. Which is probably why I don't have one on now that I think about it. This is so uncomfy, considering we're talking about high schoolers. I haven't failed to notice that Rin doesn't have her shirt buttoned up either, but I try to keep my eyes strictly locked on hers. It's rather evident that she's not a very body-conscious person. My own body, however, is quite conscious of hers right now. She came to wake me up at 7:30 today. Can you imagine that? She pauses for a while and glances up at my dumbfounded face. On second thought, you probably can. It's not like that reverse rainbow fish I tried to imagine earlier. That was hard. Well, yes, that seems like a pretty normal time to wake up if you want to go to class in the morning. I'm trying to sound as reasonable as possible to counteract Rin's unreasonable annoyance. Told her to sod off. She gave me these meds and told me to take them. I follow her eyes to the night table and then to the pill bottle sitting on top of it. I pick it up and turn it around to look at the label so I can see what kind of medication Emmy brought. Active ingredient. Codeine? You took all of these? No. Yes. I've been eating some since there's so many of them. Seem to make this thing not so bad. Actually, I think I'm feeling just fine. Her head lolls round and round, making it look like she's either trying to stretch her neck muscles or possibly pass out. She took several of these pills? Can that be safe? At least it's bound to have some side effects, which I'm afraid I am witnessing right now. I am feeling just fine. I am fine. Just someone take this buzzing away from my head. I can't think straight. She's high! The annoyed expression returns to Rin's face. It's like many of those insect things. Or one really big insect thing. With lots of wings. Very much color and everything. What's the word for those? Oh, never mind. I remembered. It's butterflies. She smiles slightly at her last observation. The small pause in her monologue is not long enough for me to dare say... The small pause in her monologue is not long enough for me to dare saying something that could potentially but not likely salvage this discussion. Okay, I was like, is this a typo? No, it can be read like that. It's just weird. I love butterflies. They're the best animal. Did you see any on your way here? Hisao. She utters my name as an afterthought, possibly to make clear that she is now addressing me instead of just speaking her mind to whoever might be listening. This odd situation has left me speechless more or less since the moment Rin first opened her mouth. Now that she herself doesn't seem to have anything else to add, silence fills the small room. It makes me glance around again in an attempt to find something to talk about. Rin's room is about as small as mine. The big window, which takes up most of the wall furthest from the door, opens to the east just like mine. It looks very normal, which strikes me as strange. I expected something more... different. About a dozen paintings, most of them in Rin's signature abstract style, and a few art posters are taking up almost all of the available wall space, but that's about the only real difference between her room and mine. The room is not exactly aesthetic, but it doesn't look like what I'd expected from a girl's room either. A faint smell of art, of paint and papers floating in the air. It's the same smell the art room has. Rin isn't too concerned about being tidy, it seems. Everything she owns seems to be arranged in various piles around her room. Your room looks nice. It's an empty sentence one uses to fill empty spaces in conversations, but my wits are failing me pretty hard right now. Yeah, would you like me to show you the places? She looks down at her half-open shirt quizzically, making me inadvertently follow her gaze to her chest. Oh, I guess I already did. I can't deny that, no matter how hard I tried to act properly. It is very nice that you came to see me. It makes me feel very... what's that word? You know, the one about things and stuff. Anyway, you came. Rin's rambling makes me remember that I actually came here for a reason. Hey, about what we talked on Monday. On the rooftop, remember? Rin doesn't seem to be exactly attentive right now. Not that she ever is. I plow ahead and get it off my chest anyway. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to be better from now on, I guess. I hate being pathetic, so I decided that I'm not going to be anymore. I guess that's all. Okay, isn't that good? The blurry words flow out of her lips slowly and uncontrollably. I'm happy for you, I think. That's what I think. You shouldn't look so sad all the time. I mean, looking sad is fine if you're not sad, but you look sad like you actually sad. Wait, what? You looks... What? Is this a typo? Or is that meant to be read like that? That's no good. Are you going on some training camp where they make men out of boys? Or mountaintop meditation? No, I don't think so. Oh, I guess that's fine too. The sentences come out of her mouth, and probably her brain, one at a time with a small pause between each, making her gibberish hard to understand. I just think it seemed like a good idea. Maybe it's not. Rin finishes with one more line, getting to say the last word over herself. An impressive display of what I can only describe as mental shadowboxing. While I'm embarrassing myself, might as well tell you that I'm sorry that I said some stupid things to you last week. It's your own business to decide what you're going to do. She seems to not register my words first, but then understanding lights in her eyes and she waves her head around in a way that can be interpreted as anything. It's okay. I probably said stupid things too. It's just sometimes a bit hard to keep my thoughts the way I like them. They're not very straight, at least most of the time. Not that I want to have them straight. I just wish they were at least in some shape. Round is fine too, but I need more definition. My thoughts are very messy. Messy. Ugh. There we go. Okay, now I don't feel as awkward. She repeats the word melancholically, then flops lying down on her bed and nuzzles her head against her pillow, shutting her eyes. Enough. Tired. You should go. I'm going to sleep again. She opens one of her eyes to look at me. Was it you who likes to look at sleeping girls? Or someone else? Maybe there were many of those. I can't remember. You can stay if you want. No, I'll leave. I have to do homework anyway. I stand up from the chair and take a step towards the door. Wait. Her request stops me in my tracks. Not that I intended to scoot off right away. I look over my shoulder at the girl lying on her bed, again with the strangest kind of a smile on her features. She should smile more often. I can walk you to the door. It's the least a gentleman can do. Ren giggles like a little kid, making me beyond absolutely certain that she took far too much of her cold medication today. I've always wanted to say that. Please stop with this. Slowly, and with difficulty, Ren first rises to a sitting position again. Then she stands up with even more difficulty, more slowly still. As if guided by some masculine automation, my eyes instantly lower to the curve of her thighs, God, and the striped panties, at which point my manners force me to lift my gaze back to Ren's eye level. It's getting almost too hard to do that. Ren is standing, although barely. It looks like she has trouble keeping her usually decent balance. Again, probably a side effect of the medicine. Okay, good. I don't want anything below her lower body. Below her chest. She takes an unsteady step towards me, then another smaller one as she notices that it's not a good idea to try to take big steps. I feel my muscles tense as I prepare to catch Ren if she falls down. Oh! Alrighty, that happens! She manages to take 2 more steps before she falls against me. To my surprise, neither her downwards momentum nor our slight height difference are able to stop Ren from pressing her heart-shaped lips squarely against mine. As our lips part after a confusing moment of nothing but the taste of Ren, I look down at her, trying to find some explanation for this bewildering event. The euphoric smile of a madman broadens on Ren's lips again, and... I wonder if I'll remember this tomorrow. I am absolutely stumped on how to respond. Ren takes a step backwards, separating her body from mine, and making me only now realize that they were even connected in the first place. The second step is actually a fall backwards, luckily straight onto her bed. The soft thud Ren's thin body makes against the mattress breaks the silence. I move quickly over to her to see if she hurt herself, only to be met with a peaceful face of dreaming. Ren sleeps. She is lying diagonally across the bed, somehow managing to have simultaneously fallen asleep while standing up, and fallen down in a way that she didn't injure herself. Fool's luck. I tuck Rin in, covering her with the sheets as well as I can. She feels very light, even though I'm not that strong. I stand up to look at her. The oval-shaped face, the dark eyelashes shut against the feverish cheeks, the slender body covered with the pale sheets. Rin sleeps. A conflict. No. Conflicts, plural, churn inside of me. I think about calling a nurse to keep an eye on her, but decide against it. After taking one more glance at her peaceful face, I decide that she'll be fine. I do pocket the remaining pills, though. I exit the room and close the door soundlessly behind me. I exhale deeply, only now realizing I had held my breath for the better part of a minute. Taking a moment to relax, I try to calm down my heart, racing like a jackrabbit. God, how are we not done with Act 1? I thought we have to be getting close, right? Well, that was awkward for me to do. But yeah, she was high as fuck. I mean, to be fair though, I don't know how you would be able to, like... What's the word? I don't know how you would be able to, like, handle that. Alrighty. That was so awkward for me to read though, because it's like, I'm looking at a high schooler in her underwear. This is really fucking awkward. You know what? We're just gonna acknowledge that it happened, and we're gonna move on. Let's not make it weird. Let's not make it weird. I had trouble getting to sleep that night, so the next morning finds me exceptionally groggy. I briefly consider skipping class, but remind myself that I was supposed to be a stronger person now. I can't let the depression get to me any longer. I get up like a good boy and put on my uniform, then make my way to the main school building without eating breakfast. I sit in my seat in classroom 3-3, waving a greeting to Misha and Shizune like I do every morning, and let the day wash over me. The afternoon classes are always longer than those in the morning. This is true regardless of whether I count it by the minute or by the number of doodles drawn in my notebooks. Today I'm especially distracted, as I keep thinking about Rin. Did I manage to properly tell her that I want to get better? Did she understand a word of what I was saying? I think about the kiss we shared and what it means. She was so out of her mind, maybe it means nothing. But we've been getting closer lately. What does that mean? I think about Rin more and more nowadays. I wonder if she thinks about me. The ringing of bells makes me flinch, and then realize that I haven't been paying attention during the latter half of class at all. I look at the assortment of sketches traveling up and down the margins of my notebook, the only thing I got done in the last hour. Feeling vaguely disappointed in myself, I pack up and get to the hallway. Oh, hi! Speak of the devil and she shall appear! Rin is standing right outside the door, her presence stopping me in my tracks as soon as I spot her. Her posture is relaxed as always, but I suddenly feel like I just ate a crowbar. I'm having a hard time meeting her gaze. She doesn't seem to have any trouble looking at me, but those dark eyes are making me feel flustered for no reason. It's hard to look straight at her, so I turn my face away a little. I don't know what one should say in this kind of situation. Then again, I rarely know what to say to Rin in any given situation. Hi. Hello. I try to get rid of the awkwardness in my voice and invoke a more natural way of speaking. I suddenly worry about where I should put my hands. It feels like they're in the way somehow. How are you feeling? You were pretty out of it yesterday. I'm okay. What do you mean, yesterday? You don't remember? That expression. She tilts her head to the side like a bird, looking somewhat confused. Remember what? I have a pretty bad memory. About yesterday. What about yesterday? I came to see you and... I don't remember that kind of thing happening. She really doesn't remember? I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel disheartened all the same. I remember that I promised to show you one place, though. Did that happen for real? Maybe I just think that I remember that and that... Maybe I just think that I remember that and I really don't. No, that was real too. Okay. Do you want to go? Now? Yeah. Well, sure, why not? Is it far? It's not. It turns out it's far. Together we walk downstairs and then outside. The usual summer day, whirring cicadas and all, greets us. It's immensely hot, and without the air conditioning the classrooms offer, I start sweating immediately. We start along the tree-lined pathway that leads towards the dorms. The cherry trees offer shade, with the sunlight blinking through the holes in the canopy. The light creates a chaotic pattern of shadows dappled with bright places where the beams hit the pavement. Rin's eyes are wandering in every direction but mine. I get the feeling that it's intentional. She leads me to the back gate once again, taking us through and into the forest beyond. As before, the dropping temperature and the drastically reduced levels of light make it feel like the forest is swallowing us into its cavernous belly. We head uphill along the same path as last time, snaking around trees and boulders, over roots and rocks, past wild undergrowth. Birds sing somewhere in the woods, soloists for the humming background music of the treetops. We go past the small clearing with the big maple tree that is now called the worry tree. The climb steepens, then becomes easier again. I have to stop a few times to catch my breath, then hurry after Rin, who doesn't stop to wait for me. Soon, I'm out of breath again. Suddenly, the trees end, and we emerge from the forest. The boundary of the woods is sharp and abrupt, as though a line had been drawn to mark it. The hill continues to climb up a little further ahead, but from here to the top it's a rocky meadow, patches of grass and small bushes that look like they're growing straight from the rock. We soon reach the highest point, with the forest behind us and the view to every direction opening in front of our eyes. The city lies far below and away, lazily reveling in the quiet afternoon mood. You can see pretty far from here, and the vista is beautiful. I wonder how high up we are. I breathe the fresh air and feel my heart rate slowly going back down. I think I might have overdone it a bit. A higher pulse is dangerous for me. I'm feeling fine right now, though. The wind picks up, ruffling my hair and causing the trees below us to sway. It makes the grass undulate in waves as the breeze sweeps across the hilltop. Sun shines from the open skies upon us, a few clouds passing by to shadow it. What was painful heat before is now gentle warmth. I take a good look around. The hilltop is pretty in the way nature often is, unplanned harmony found in the natural arrangement of things. The most striking feature is the abundance of small yellow flowers. They're literally everywhere in this small meadow. I can't help commenting on it. Wow, a lot of flowers. Yeah, do you know this kind? They'll fly away. Yeah, dandelions. There are not many of them at the school because they cut the grass so often. Nobody cuts grass up here. The fragile-looking flowers will soon turn white and fluffy like cotton, and the wind will carry their seeds away. I crouch down to look at one tiny yellow flower, silently basking in the sunlight. There's not a hint of white yet, so it's still waiting for its time to be fulfilled. I brush my fingers against the delicate yellow petals, feel the soft texture on my fingertips. It feels nostalgic somehow. I hear Rin approaching from behind and stand back up to face her. She has a weird look on her face. Something on your mind? I don't know. It's just... You just look so sad all the time and become upset so easily, and it makes me confused, and I really don't remember much about yesterday, except that you came to my room, and that's why it might be because of me. So if it's because of me, I think the same, and that would be same... Holy shit. Okay. And I'm talking about others, then... Oh, okay. Let me read this. So if it's because of me, I think that I know why. It's because people don't really like talking to me, and you might be the same, and that would be sad. I know that people, and I'm talking about others, and Emmy too always says that I'm strange and that I talk strange things, so I thought I'd try not to say strange things, but that just makes me think more and new and strange and colorful. That was not a good word, but maybe you understand. Anyway, and odd things, and so if I want to say something, I don't really know how, and then the words are not the same as the thoughts, because something goes wrong on the way out, but it's not like the thoughts are really the thing I should be saying. It's more like the idea of the thought, or the feeling of the idea, or the idea of the feeling, but it's not really any of those either, because there's no word for it unless I invent a new one, which is not really useful, so I've been thinking if doing things is better than saying, so maybe because yesterday I took those pills, and I was feeling a little strange, I might have done something that I shouldn't. Besides, I don't even know if it would be any better if I could just say the thought and there's no telepathy that's real telepathy that isn't there. I think it'd be terrible and useful at the same time, but right now I wouldn't mind because misunderstanding is so easy, but understanding is not, and I thought... How the fuck do you voice act that? I grasp her shoulder and squeeze hard to make her stop. I don't have the capacity to take all that in at once. Rin shuts up instantly. Take a breath. Please. I'm not upset. Why would I be? I'm just a little confused. But it's all right. I wonder if I was making a face she doesn't like again. I guess I've been thinking about yesterday all the time. Maybe I looked weird. I wish I had a mirror with me at all times. No need to get it all said at once. I'll listen, even if you talk slower. It just came out. Sorry. I'm okay now. I just wanted to say something. I didn't mean that much. It's weird, isn't it? She looks at me with a surprisingly timid expression, one that I haven't seen before. I can't help but laugh a little. Yeah, it's weird. You are a pretty weird person, but there's nothing wrong with that. Thanks for being worried about me, but I'm going to get better. I told you that yesterday, but I guess you don't remember that either. I don't. I wonder what else I forgot. Hopefully nothing important like my own name. That'd be terrible. Well, you kissed me. I did? Yeah, you did. On the lips. I try to sound as matter-of-fact as I can, but I worry that I might be blushing again. Did you kick me? No! Why would I do that? Then it's all good, right? It's okay, right? I didn't forget my name. Yeah, it's okay. I wish I was more suave so that I could come up with a better follow-up to that, but nothing comes to mind. It's a good thing that Rin has more to say. It makes me feel relieved somehow. I think I should say sorry. I'm really bad with people. Some things are hard to understand. Like jellyfish. Do you understand jellyfish? I guess not. People are like jellyfish to me. I don't understand. Now it's her turn to make a face I don't really like seeing. I've never really had friends. Oh, well, we gotta get the guide up, guys. That's the wrong fucking thing. Why'd I pull that up? I really hope we get we get Act 2 beginning, because I'm gonna take a break at that, because my throat is aching. I also do need to get up, too. I think I know what the answer is here. Yeah, I figured. What about me? Nah. I'm your friend, for one. I mean, think about it. We already talk a lot to each other, and we've even gotten upset at each other and then forgiven the other for it. That's what they call friendship. It's really nice of you to say that. I've always been able to tell everything to pencils and paints and paper. They're my best friends. It's harder with people. I have to use words. That's hard for me. Yeah, I know. You told me. About how you forget. Ren nods at me wordlessly, and I dare to attempt showing her a little encouraging smile. I hope I do it properly. She doesn't reply in any way. I feel really glad. The distance Rin puts between herself and everything else has made me feel really uneasy ever since I met her. If we become real friends, I'm sure I could understand her more. I'm sure that this way, we can close the gap of understanding between us. My thoughts don't transmit to Ren. She seems lost deep in thought, wandering amidst the sea of yellow flowers covering the grassy hilltop. It's just as well. Time passes, the breeze making the taller grass sway gently in time with the wind. Rin hums a little song to herself so quietly that I can't tell what it is, if it's even anything at all. A stronger gust sweeps over the hilltop, and the sound of the trees in the wind buries the song away. I check my watch, more out of habit more than anything else. It's 4:30 right now, on this Saturday afternoon. Rin looks into the distant horizon with that odd blank stare of hers, as if she were looking at nothing at all. Her pupils are dark and quiet like a pair of deep, still ponds. You are going to become better, right? Sure. Yeah, sure! Me too, you know? I'm going to talk to that friend of the teacher and ask her to put my stuff in her place and work hard to get all that done. I decided that just now, you know? But I think I knew it all along. I've had this feeling for a long time now, that I'm going to change. Even if I hate it and don't want it, even if I wanted to, I would change. Like I'm not enough the way I am. I think this could be a good way to do it because it's like a straight line. Like I've learned all the things in my life so far just for this. It's just art, and it's the only thing I really know. I know what I'm going to do, so it's good. I'm not afraid at all. I feel like I always do. Is that weird? No, not at all. I close my eyes and give in to the irresistible sensation that has been growing inside me all week long. I float up towards the surface of my own life. The pressure of being underwater slowly diminishes. The weightless sensation becomes stronger. I break the surface of the water, lifting my head into the sunlight and inhale deeply, breathing in fresh air as if for the first time in a long, long while. My lungs fill with oxygen, and I open my eyes to see Rin's peaceful, determined face. We walk down the slope carefully and slowly to avoid falling down. Rin in the lead and me a few steps behind. Rin surely can do this. Even if she can't, she's going to pull through. I'm sure that I can keep my head above water too from now on. The sun sets behind our backs, setting the world ablaze in its orange glow. I keep watching the back of the red-headed girl descending the path a few steps ahead of me. If it's only this much, this distance between us is definitely within my reach. Hey, Act 2 is done. And now we're at Act 3. Distance. Oh, great. That's not good. Disconnect to distance. Oh, God, hi. Listen, I'll see you in a moment. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Whoa, okay, that really went up. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be Lily's path right here. Let's see. Did we get all this? We still didn't get all the songs. Are you kidding me? I thought we did. Fuck. Okay. Well, let's see here. 68%. Oh dear. Oh my god. Let me see here. Act 3. Oh dear. We're not even halfway. Well, then again, I gotta remember that some of these scenes are probably gonna be leading to endings that we're not gonna get. Let's see. What do we have here for Rin? That's Shizune. More Shizune. Here's Rin. Okay. That's cool. Okay. We're gonna take a fucking break because my throat is aching. Okay. Wait for Firefox to shut down and then bring it back up again. That was a scene, though. We finally have Hisao and Rin, like, resolving to keep their heads above water, as it were. Excuse me. Okay. There we go. But yeah, we have the two of them resolving to, keep their heads above water, as they say. But, yeah, I will say, but yeah, and, Ren's gonna be accepting that exhibition stuff. I will say this, without spoiling too much, I feel like if anything, like, Rin's route, I feel like, kind of really, I feel like it's the only route in which, like, things are kind of different. Like, you'll see why in a moment, like, you'll see why the further along we get, but it's interesting. Oh, wow, really? Sorry, I'm looking at something. Sorry, I'm looking at something. What do you mean? What do you mean, YouTube? What do you mean you're not receiving enough video? Why is it saying poor? Yeah, I'm gonna say this right now. That's not my internet. Hello? You were working just fine. I don't know why it's saying that, like, the stream is... Let me refresh. Here. That's weird. Why is it saying that? Like, you were working just fine. What? I don't understand why... I don't understand. Why is my... I should express, I don't know... Okay, if there is not... If the stream is currently having issues right now, I think that's on YouTube's end, because, I am not... Yeah, because I am not seeing anything wrong on my side. Like, OBS is telling me, like, you know, things are... Like, I'm not dropping any frames, and my internet seems to be doing good. So I have no idea what's going on. Let me check something. Yeah, and everything's loading up properly. Yeah, that's still going. Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. Let me see. Yeah, and that's normal. I think it's YouTube's issue. I think it's on YouTube's end. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I think that's on YouTube's end. Like, I don't know what's going on, but I think something's going on with them currently, because, again, nothing's going on my side. I even checked my speed just now to see, like, is there something going on there? No, it's all normal, so I think it's on YouTube's side. Although it is funny that it will tell me that it's like, oh yeah, yeah, your current bit rate is higher than the recommended one. I'm like, how? It's fine. Anyway, we're gonna be taking a break real quick. What this means is that you can get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, stretch, honestly. Basically do whatever it is you want, because we're gonna be taking a 30-minute to 40-minute break. Speaking of which, I am gonna go get some stretches in myself. do some checking up on Twitter that won't be captured on mic. And yeah, so I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Took some time for myself. Mainly just trying to catch up on stuff because it seems like mostly everybody I watch, you know, in VTubing is doing a fucking roleplay event, and I'm like, I need to catch up on I have FOMO. I will say though, I did notice that at some point the stream quality went back up to excellence. I still have no idea what the hell happened. I have no idea why it was like that. It actually got so bad. Well, not bad, but I was like, I wonder if this is affecting, I wonder how badly it's affected. And so it's like, I went on to the stream on my phone, and it's like, there's nothing to suggest anything's wrong. So I'm like, what the fuck, YouTube? But still, I'm assuming it was just YouTube's end, because again, I checked my things, it's like, nothing's wrong. Jeez. I actually forgot to ask this question. How has everybody been? It's been a couple weeks. It's been a couple weeks. But, I started thinking, I'm not gonna, so, like, I didn't want to talk, because I know, Valentine's Day was not last week, 2 weeks ago, I believe, right? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. I do wonder how everyone's Valentine's Day went. I mean, I didn't really spend it on anything special. I will say I was feeling a certain way. I was feeling a type of way that day. Like, I was, you know, because, I don't know how to put this. It's like, because obviously, like, I don't have a significant other, so it's not like I really spend Valentine's Day, I wanted to call it Valentine's Day, and it's like, it's Valentine's Day, but, Valentine's Day, and I was feeling a kind of way, and, you know, and, I mean, I will say that, because I know there's, like, that stereotype of, like, single people hating Valentine's Day because it just reminds them of how alone they are, and it's like, I used to be like that when I was younger. Nowadays, it's like, it's whatever. You know, but even then, like, there are but, you know, I will say there are times where it's like, man, I really wish I had a partner. But, that day I was just like, oh my god, that day I was just like, ugh, out of sorts. Like, it got to the point where I wanted to ask my dad if he could, like, buy some chocolate for me. Just to kind of, you know, because, you know, and I mean, like, not just, like, you know, like, candy chocolate. It's like, no, give me, like, some, like, of the chocolate that you see in, like, the grocery aisles, like, not at the front of the store where all the registers are. I'm talking, like, in the candy aisle specifically. I didn't do it because I was like, I feel like it would be too stupid to do that. I just felt a little embarrassed, but yeah. But it's very interesting. You know, it's interesting thinking about Valentine's Day because, like, how do I put this? I don't know how to put this, like, it's interesting to think about it, because, I don't know, I guess, like, to me, it's like, I get why it's special, but it's also, like, I don't know. It's heavily, I will say, it's like, it's become like Christmas, where it's like, oh, it's heavily commercialized, you gotta buy all these, like, ridiculous things to prove that you love your partner, and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I didn't really get to do anything special on that day. I will say, cause, I promise this is gonna lead back into what I was gonna discuss about it, is that, if you would remember, I've been talking about how at some point in the future I want to get classic pieces of literature and read them. I decided to add a new book to the list, and it's actually based off of the movie that came out on the 13th or 2 weeks ago, Wuthering Heights. Because I've been seeing a lot, because I've obviously been seeing the ads for that on TV and such. And I do have, and I have been getting videos about it recommended to me, mainly about how the movie just fails to live up to the book. And to be, and I will say, even just from what I will say, like, even from just what I've, because here's the thing, I never go out of my way to watch teasers or trailers of movies and such. I usually just see the ads that will come to me on TV and occasionally YouTube videos. And the way that the Wuthering Heights movie was presented to me, it's like, it's so weird, because if you know what I'm talking about, like, the Wuthering Heights ads, like, they present the movie as if it's like this steamy, dark romance, you know, with a bunch of, you know, like, it's so weird. It's so weird to me, because I've never read the book, but I do know enough about it that I'm like, you know, I'm like tilting my head a little bit at that and being like, I don't think this is what the book's about. like what I know about the book is that Heathcliff and Catherine are they're not bad people per se, they're just very flawed human beings, which I do like in a story. And I know that they do have a love between them, but it's not a very healthy kind of love. It's actually quite toxic from what I heard. Again, I can't really say specifically, but I do know that, yeah, the romance between them is not great. And granted, and the way that the movie is being presented, it's like the opposite of that. It's so weird to me. Especially when I hear talk about, you know, from people who read the book, say that, like, oh, the book is about trauma, the cycles of abuse, and the class divide, you know, and ultimately the breaking of the cycle, right? And so it's weird when the movie tries to present it as like, oh, this is a love story. It's like, I mean, people who've read the books are just stare at the movie in horror, like, what are you doing? It's so funny. Like, and that's not even getting into, like, because I did hear about the changes that Emerald Fennell, who is the director of the movie, made to the adaptation, and it's interesting, to say the least. Like, I'm not even gonna go into detail about the because I do know about the whole, because I know there was controversy about Jacob Elordi being cast as Heathcliff, because Heathcliff is described as being a ambiguously brown character. And I say ambiguously brown because from what I heard people say, it's never specified what race Heathcliff is, but he's not white at the very least. And that is nothing more apparent because someone actually had a copy of the book in their hands, and they pointed to a page of, like, where's the first mention of Heathcliff's, like, skin color? And it's literally on, like, the third page of the book, and it's dark skinned. And I'm like, okay, so we're just completely whitewashing this man. And people are gonna and racists are gonna fucking tell me that, like, no, he is white, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, bruh, what the fuck does the book say then? Like, why was the word dark skin highlighted in that book then? Like, Emily Bronte, she wrote the book in English, I'm assuming, so it's not as if, like, this is like, oh, a translation error. No. But anyway, but yeah, I'm not gonna go into that because that's not my place to speak as a white person. But the other changes I have heard, like, one of the biggest things that I was like, oh, that's interesting, was that from someone who did watch the movie twice, they said that they really didn't like how Catherine was presented in the movie, because in the book, she's meant to be this very spoiled, entitled, again, very flawed human being. And that is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But the way that the movie presented her is that they basically, like, from what I gathered, they basically just, or Emerald Fennell basically, like, just sanded down everything that made Catherine, like, a very flawed individual, and basically just turned her into what sounded like to me a typical female lead in a romance movie, and that sucks. That fucking sucks. Like, they basically made her more palatable, and it's like, what is so, like, it's like, I would expect this from a man, right? Where it's like, we gotta make women more, like, likable to men. But the fact that Emerald Fennell is a woman, oh, like, it's, I didn't like that. I didn't like that, because it just gives me weight. There's been too many instances from the media that I like personally, where a female main character who is very rough around the edges is just, like, sanded, like, basically has everything that makes her compelling and such, like, taken away, like, sanded down until, like, it is just, like, informed flaws that don't really show in media, and I hate that. It's like, why? It's just, it's the leucemine problem all over again. It's the leucemine problem all over again. I don't know what the proper term for that is called, but I'm just gonna call it the leucemine problem, because that's what happened with her. That's what's happening with Catherine. But oh, and then another change too was that one of the characters in the book named Isabella, I think her name was, who turns out to be Heathcliff's wife. Because he can't. Oh my god, that whole. When I heard about the way that Heathcliff decides to get with Isabella, I'm like, this is some messy shit. But anyway, Isabella, Heathcliff marries her, and in the book, I don't think it's ever explicitly stated. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's ever explicitly stated that, like, she is a victim of domestic abuse. And it's, yeah, but the thing, like, oh yeah, that's right, it's never explicitly stated. Like, from what I heard or watched of the video, there's two sides presented to this conflict, one from Heathcliff's perspective and one from Isabella's perspective, and the way that, from what I've seen is that it's like, no, she's definitely a victim of domestic abuse from Heathcliff, mainly because to me, what reason does a woman have, like, an 1800, like a woman from the 1800s have, where it's like, she would rather risk raising a child in poverty? Like, what, like, to me, I took that as, like, how bad is Heathcliff to her that, like, she's willing to say, I would rather live in poverty and be a single mom than continue living with him. Like, that to me is a sign. That to me is a fucking sign. But the way that the movie presents her, she's into pet play. Like, it's meant to be like a kinky, sadomasochistic scene, and that's weird, to say the least. Like, listen, I should express nothing wrong, right, with kink. Again, I'll never forget the time I actually talked about how I researched kinks on stream before for something I was doing on my own time. And I've definitely read up on pet play. Honestly, it sounds pretty fun. Not for me personally, at least in terms of, like, being the pet, but it sounds fun. I've even read a few fics where pet play is a thing, collars and all. But it is interesting that, like, we're gonna present a woman who is implied to be a victim of domestic violence, domestic abuse, as a masochist. Interesting. Just interesting. Interesting to say the least. But overall, from what I gather, the movie is not good. Like, it looks pretty, from what I heard, but it lacks any sort of substance. And I've seen a lot of comments, because I did actually watch a couple of interview clips with Emerald Fennell, and she stated that Wuthering Heights is her favorite book to read, and she read it when she was 14. And the way that she described making the movie, it was basically like letting her feral teenage girl self out. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that, like, oh, she's never read the book before, like, that's not my place. But I've seen a lot of comments, and I do agree with them when I say that, like, it seems as if, like, she hasn't read the book since she was 14. I don't know how old she is, but it does seem like, you know, if the movie, right, if her movie is her interpretation of the book, that to me is concerning, because it's like, because it shows, from what people say, like, it shows that it's like, you know, obviously, one, she hasn't read the book since that time. Or if she has, she's in some ways still, like, emotionally stunted, if that makes sense. Because it's like, I mean, because I can understand, right? Like, reading a book when you're at a particular age, like, preferably in adolescence, right? And you're obviously going to think certain things about it. But then when you get older and you decide to go reread that book, you know, obviously you're looking at it with arguably a fresh pair of eyes, because hopefully you've gained more perspective, you've gained more life experience, and you know what is, and you're able to spot things a lot more and a lot better, right? Like, that happened to me, because I decided to, because funnily enough, when I was a teenage girl, if anybody knows about the Vampire Diaries, I used to read that series a lot. Like, I would reread that, I would read the first 4 books, like, religiously, right? And, but yeah, that was over 10 years ago. That was over a decade ago, honestly. Almost 2 decades ago. But, but now that I'm older, I decided to go reread the first book. And oh my god. Oh my god, it's so whoa. It is so whoa. I mean, part of it is because the first 4 books were written in the 90s, I believe. So unfortunately there was a lot of, like, the values and such of the 90s set in that. But there's also just like, why did I think that was a good idea back then? You get what I mean? Like, I mean, it was still, like, a fun read, regardless, but it's a lot more of an awakening, I guess, to see, like, how problematic that stuff is now. And that's kind of, you know, but with Emerald Fennell and Wuthering Heights, it almost seems as if, like, she hasn't had that epiphany. So, like, if she has read the book past, like, multiple times at this point, even as an adult, and she still has, like, the same conclusions that she had back then, that seems very juvenile. Which, again, like, with the way that she's presenting this movie is so weird. Is so weird. Like, if any, I mean, because I do know at the very least that there's been a lot of not controversy per se, but there was a lot of criticism over how the movie is being marketed. Like, if anything, it's somewhat similar to the It Ends With Us movie that was released last year. You know, the one with Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. how like, I will say this, the marketing around that movie was fucking awful. I hated, like, and it was like listen, I have nothing, I am not gonna weigh in on the whole like sexual harassment charge, because I know that's a thing. I don't know anything about it, and I'm not gonna fucking talk about it. I'm not gonna talk on something that I don't know anything about. But at the very least, what I do know is that the It Ends With Us movie was marketed terribly. Mainly because Blake Lively and Colleen Hoover, or Coho as I will now refer to her as, were basically basically they were like trying to talk it up as if it were like a fucking rom-com. You know, I mean, I'll never forget the line of like, don't forget to bring your florals. Like, I always say that now. Like, don't forget to bring your florals. Even though the movie and the book is about domestic abuse. It's so weird. I hated it so much. Like, I hated how that movie was marketed as, and I hated people liking it, because it's like, yeah, I never watched the movie, but I've watched reviews of the book, and it's bad. It's fucking awful. Like, oh my god. And, you know, and side tangent, I know that Coho came out with a book recently that, man, I don't want to, like, because I will say this, Coho did get a lot of shit during the It Ends With Us marketing stuff. I know she did. I love the fact that she basically wrote it all in a book and decided to publish it. Like, she wrote all the shit that she was feeling and blah, 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 blah into her fucking book and decided to publish it while putting it with a disclaimer of, by the way, this has nothing to do with me. Everything that's in this is fictional. It's like, oh, man. Oh, man. I love watching reviews of that book in particular, because it's like, it's so funny to watch the reviewers immediately pick up on, like, the unspoken, like, what's the word? Subtext, I guess. It feels weird to call it subtext when it's like, Coho specifically wrote this because she was feeling bad. But, it's so funny to watch reviewers pick up on that, and are just, like, look at the camera, and as if to say, like, really, bitch? Really? This? It's so funny. I actually went so far as to, like, go onto Goodreads and look at a good portion of the 1 and 2 star reviews, because I was really curious to see what people thought of it, and everybody had the same fucking opinion. It's so funny. Oh my god, I don't want to spend too much time on that, but yeah, it's so good watching bad reviews of that book. Anyway. But anyway, ultimately, the Wuthering Heights movie is pretty much a pretty looking movie with no real substance to it. But regardless, it did make me want to check out the book to see, like, what it could, to see, like, how different how different is it? Like, how, like, because I obviously know that, like, when you're adapting a book into a movie, like, changes are going to have to be made. Like, and that's fine, but it's like, it's always fun to see, like, okay, where are the differences, right? But, oh god, there was something else I was gonna mention. What was it? I know I saw comments also saying that, like, why are we releasing this movie as a Valentine's Day thing? It could have been a Halloween thing because of ghosts. And I'm like, there's ghosts in Wuthering Heights? Holy shit! Sign me the fuck up! Oh, that's it. The person I watched the video of Wuthering Heights from, she said that basically, like, the movie only really works if you find Jacob Elordi and Margot Robbie as attractive. Because otherwise it's just a boring movie. I'm like, shit. I mean, it's so funny to think about that, because it's like, I don't know if it's just because of my autism or the way that my autism affects my sexuality, but where it's like, I look at those two actors and I'm like, okay, I could see how they're attractive, right? But I don't know if I find them attractive. Does that make sense? Like, I know there's the whole like logic of like, you can find somebody attractive without without being attracted to them. But I kind of feel like I don't know if that applies to what I'm saying, where it's like, I could see how people find them attractive, but I don't find them attractive. I don't know, but then again, when you think about the things I've expressed attraction to over the years, I think you would kind of look at me and be like, well, Airi, what you find attractive is very weird. I mean, you read a lot of monster romances, and you find those to be hella attractive. So I don't know what to say there. But yeah, I don't know what to say there. Oh god, how long have we been going? But yeah, I wanted to talk about the Wuthering Heights stuff, because it's like, I am curious to see like how the book differs, how the book differs from the movie. But at the very least, it should be a very entertaining read. I'm just not going to be ready, probably, for a lot of the racism and the slurs, because I know there's a lot of that in that book. But I can get through it. I mean, for God's sakes, like, I'm going to have to get through, the picture of Dorian Gray with all the gay shit. You know, there's also going to be Carmilla and Dracula for, I think, the potential of anti-Semitism. Again, a lot of classic literature is problematic, but I can get through it. Again, I will say, I'm not one of those people where it's like, where it's like, I'm gonna put a book on blast for containing problematic shit. You know, like, I'm not saying you can't criticize it, but it's just like, I think you can do that without lambasting a book for such and such. You know, because keep in mind, like, these books were written, some of these books were written like centuries ago. You know, back when some stuff like that was normalized, so... But, okay, I will say we are at 3 hours, and I haven't even gotten to the second topic of discussion, so I'm gonna get through that real quick. Pokemon wins in waves, or Weewa. Not Alira, Weewa. I did not watch the video, but I did see the starters. I'm kind of seeing stuff about the region. I don't know what the name of it is currently, but, I will say I'm very interested because I'm seeing a lot of, Filipinos talking about the games and saying like, oh my god, are we in the Philippines? That's gonna be if that is true, that like whatever this new region is called is set in Southeast Asia, I would be very interested, considering the amount of shit I've heard about Southeast Asia, specifically the Philippines. It's like, okay, it would be interesting to go through a game where that is centered. I did take a look at the player, our protagonists and it's actually interesting that like, oh, they look different depending on the game. And I will say, I like the wave female character to be cuter than the winds. And by the way, that is going to be the game copy I'm settling on, is waves. And I did see it, and I did look at the starters. Brout, Pombun, and Gekwa. I will say this. I don't like the water starter. I don't like, I almost said wizards. lizards in general. To be fair, though, I don't prefer wizards either in D&D. Like, they're my least favorite class for a reason. But lizards, I meant to say. And I don't necessarily like the look of Gekwa. I will say, when I look at I keep wanting to call it Bromt, Brout and Pombun, for some reason, I thought that Brout, I don't know, because it's another bird. It's another bird starter. And I was like, God, how many bird starters do we've got? And then I was like, wait a minute, there's actually not that much, because, there's actually not that much, because there was Torchic, Piplup, Rowlet, and Quaxley, I believe. Like, only 4, and now with this one we have 5 bird starters. But I still feel like it's a lot of birds. I still feel like there's a lot of birds. And I will say, like, I am struggling to, like, if I had to pick a starter, which one I would go with, like, I am struggling between Brout and Pombun. Because I do like Pombun. I think it's really cute. It's a fucking Pomeranian. Normally I find Pomeranians and any other dogs of that size, like, annoying as fuck. Because they just yap, yap, yap. But I don't know, Pombun is cute. The funny thing is, I'm already trying to think of nicknames, and it's like, do I want to name it Pom Pom? That would be cute. I don't know. I'll have to workshop it. But I think Pombun has definitely won a lot of people's hearts today. It's cute. It's a fire puppy. It's a fire puppy. But I can't. But I will say though, like, I don't know how to feel on the whole about Pokemon Wiwa yet, because I just haven't seen enough of it. Like, I kind of need to see more of it before I'm like, okay, this is nice. I will say I have been seeing stuff that's like, it's probably going to be exclusively on the Switch 2, and I'm like, oh shit. Because obviously I only have the Switch 1. I don't know if I can shell out the $600 to get both the game and the fucking Switch 2. I mean, thankfully the game doesn't come out until, like, next year. Probably around, like, it's either gonna be around this time, actually, maybe a month earlier next year, or it's gonna be, like, Christmas season next year. Depends, honestly. But I will say, it makes me think of, because I was thinking about it before, it's like, how many bird starters do we got? So there's that. How many lizards do we've got in, Pokemon as starters? And, we have Charmander. We have Charmander. I don't think Totodile counts, because that's a crocodile. Those are gators. I don't think those count. And I'm talking specifically lizards, because I don't, actually, crocodile/gators considered reptiles? I think they are. Don't quote me on it, though. I know there's Trico, because that's a gecko. That's a lizard. Sinnoh didn't have any. Turtwig's a turtle. That's a reptile / maybe amphibian, but that's not a lizard. Snivy's a snake. That's a reptile, but not a lizard. Kalos didn't have any lizards. Alola. What is Alola again? No, Alola doesn't have any lizards. Galar had with, Sobble. Yeah. Why am I thinking there was a lot more lizards than I thought there were? I'm thinking there's a lot more lizards for some reason. But there isn't, right? In terms of starters? I'm trying to think in terms of all the animals for the starters, because, like, I mean, Bulbasaur was a dinosaur, Charmander was a lizard slash salamander, I guess, and Squirtle's a turtle. Squirtle turtle. Johto, Chikorita, that's another dinosaur, right? I think that's another dinosaur. Totodile is a gator slash crocodile, and Cyndaquil is a hedgehog. Trico's the gecko, Torchic's the bird, and Mudkip is something. It's a... Oh, what is Mudkip? I think it's an amphibian of some sort. It's not a frog. But it's something. Sinnoh. Piplup's the penguin. Chimchar's a monkey, chimpanzee, or chimp. And Turtwig's a turtle. Snivy's the snake. Oshawott is the otter. And Tepig is a pig. Fennekin's the fox. Froakie's the frog. Chespin is something. I actually don't know what animal Chespin is based off of. That's probably another hedgehog, considering Quilladin? Quilladin! What the fuck's a Quilladin? Alola, Rowlet's the owl, Litten's the cat, and Poplio is a seal slash sea lion. Galar is Scorbunny is a rabbit, obviously. Grookey's the monkey, and Sobble's the lizard. And Paldea, Quaxley's a duck. Sprigatito's a kitty cat. And Fuecoco is... That's another gator, ain't it? Or at least some kind of crocodile. Actually, I always think about that meme of, like, Flat Fuck Friday, but instead it's Flat Fuecoco Friday. But that's another gator, right? Yeah, so in actuality... Yeah, Pombun, I think, is the first dog starter, ain't it? Yeah, it has to be. I guess they're... Yeah, okay, I guess, like, Pombun is doing something, right? It's the first fire dog starter, obviously. I have to make that clarification, because it's like, I know it's not the first fire dog. You know, I mean, that, I think, belongs to Growlithe. But it is... But in terms of starters, that's the first one. I think that's the first ever dog starter. So, hey, it's doing something right. But, I don't know, I guess I will say, I'm gonna wait and see, like, what the, second to third, the first and second Evos are gonna look like, because I kind of feel like that's usually when a lot of people decide their starters at this point in time, where it's like, oh, we gotta wait for the first and final Evos to come out before we decide. So, yeah. But overall, in terms of what, of Weewa, I don't really have much of an opinion on it. Outside of the little I've seen, I'm just gonna have to wait for more, footage to come out. Though I will say, though I do wonder, considering, again, like this, I mean, considering that Pokemon is turning 30 this year, I mean, obviously we did get an announcement of Gen 10. You know, now we're hitting double digits in terms of generations. I do hope that this means, like, oh, we'll probably get, like, a Black and White remake someday soon. Because I do love those. Those are my favorite games. But I'm also afraid of them getting the BDSP treatment. I mean, I would hope, maybe, that the Pokemon team, you know, knowing, because I do know that was a big part of the criticism against BDSP, was the fact that it was essentially a 1-to-1 remake of Diamond and Pearl. So I hope that, you know, so I do hope that maybe, and I say a big maybe, the Pokemon Company have seen that and are like, well, maybe we won't do that with Black and White remake. Hopefully. Though it does make me wonder, like, how they would go about doing the Gen 5 remake specifically, because, you know, not only do we have Black and White, we also have Black 2 and White 2. So it's like, are they going to remake both of those games, or are they going to do something, like, combine the both of them, you know, and then just have it as one massive game? But I kind of feel like that would be impossible. Like, how would you go about doing that? I mean, because I can't even, I mean, there is one way I can think of, but I think logistically it sounds stupid, where it's like, oh, we'll have, like, the main game be like, oh, Black and White 1, but then the post game's gonna be Black and White 2. That sounds stupid, because, like, what do you mean the post game is another game in of itself? But then again, maybe they could do something like with Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, because obviously that game's post-game content was Episode Delta, where we got to see Mega Rayquaza. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. I do want there to be a Black and White remake. Just not in the style of BDSP. Not be thinking of a stupid joke. Because I'm basically just thinking, like, because I do know that when Black and White were first released, not many people liked it, probably because it was so different from other Pokemon games at that point. But I'm basically thinking, like, what if the reason why they can't do the remake is because, like, there's gonna be so many people bitching about how woke it is? Because obviously, if you played through the game, you would know that, like, there's a big theme of, like, you know, Pokemon and humans living together in harmony. And it's, you know, and you could spin that as a way of, like, you know, if we just accepted people as they are, you know there's gonna be people that are gonna be like, this game is too woke. I mean, unfortunately, we know there are, like, awful Pokemon fans that exist. I mean, I think I saw a good portion of them when, Galar was first being, like, marketed and we saw Nessa. God, the amount of times I saw whitewashed Nessa is bad. Oh, speaking of which, I finally got because I know this was a problem. I knew as soon as I fucking saw her that Jacinthe was obviously gonna get whitewashed. I finally got to see what she would look like whitewashed against my will. She looks bad. She looks so fucking bad. Like, she looks terrifying. She looks so scary as a white woman. She looks like, how dare, it's like, she's like, I think about the I think about the Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach game, you know, with the white woman jump scare. Jacinthe whitewash is the white woman jump scare version 2.0. Oh my god, she looks so bad. She looks so bad. But yeah, I know there's a lot of unfortunately a lot of, like, Pokemon fans that are just the absolute worst. So I do wonder if every time, like, every time, like, Pokemon has, shows off how inclusive it can be, they're just like, oh my god, Pokemon has gone woke. I can't help laughing. I can't help laughing. It's so stupid to laugh at that, but it's so funny, because it's just, like, the idea of, like, getting mad at a children's game for being, you know, for preaching about equality and all that. But then again, when I think about when Minecraft at the beginning of this month dropped the Black History DLC and how many, like, people lost their shit over it, even though it's like, it's optional, you have to pay for it if you want it. It's like, okay. Okay. Never, I mean, because Minecraft, I think, is considered, I mean, I know it's all ages, but I think it's mostly considered a kid's game. But the amount of people that were so mad over a fucking optional DLC, because, God forbid, it dared to show Black history, you know, considering February is Black History Month, yeah, it would not shock me if there were Pokemon fans that were like, oh my god, Pokemon has become woke. And it's like, shut the fuck up! Alright, we spent enough time on this. Let me try and find my tweet. What is this fucking tweet? What the fuck? What the fuck, Gary? I just saw a tweet they retweeted, and it's so funny. It's so funny. It's basically a comparison post between Sobble and Gekwa, and the caption reads like, for Sobble, girls that poop, and then for Gekwa, bitches that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this tweet? Okay, what do I want to caption this as? What do I want to quote tweet this as? Why does that not look like it's spelled right? It is, but it doesn't look right to me. There we go. Okay. Alright, we're gonna say goodbye to Firefox. We'll see it in a little bit. Bum ba ba bum. Okay. Here we go. Excuse me. What is happening right now? I really should not be doing this while I'm streaming. I'll figure it out later. Alright, let me get the game window all situated. Okay. 22nd corner. Alright. Alright, discount Okabe jump scare. Oh man, that's a reference to a last stream where someone in the chat was like, "Oh, Mutao looks like Okabe." And I'm like, I remember laughing my ass off. No, it was Okabe grew up to be Mutao, and that made me laugh so much. Because it was so funny. Alright. I asked you a question, Nakai. Oh, God. I shake my head to fend off the dazedness. The teacher's looking at me, as is everyone else in the class. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. What's the distance between... Never mind. Different question. Why are you here in this class? Why are you here? To learn? To, learn about physics. Yes. Well, no, but that's the answer I wanted to hear. To acquire knowledge is the secondary reason for you being in the school. The primary one is to learn the rules of society, the norms and ethics that govern your everyday life. You don't come to school for the classes. You come to interact with the other people there, your classmates who are your equals, and the teachers who are your superiors. You learn how to form social contacts and maintain them. In other words, how to be a part of society. The school itself is a microcosm of the entire society. Locke was the one who realized that, you know? School's not just a place for learning, and of all the kids your age, you guys should know that better than anyone else. He pauses for a moment, and lets his eyes sweep over the class to see if the message sunk in. At the very least, it shut everyone up and got them to focus on him, captivated by either by his voice or the sudden change of topic from physics to the philosophy of education. However, my classes, as he so aptly put, are a place for learning about physics. He points at me with the piece of chalk he's holding. So, no sleeping during class. Got it, Nakai? Yes, sir. From the corner of my eye, I catch Shizune's scowl and Misha's barely contained giggle. I sink deeper into my seat. Yikes. After classes end, I'm the last one to leave the classroom. I close the door behind me and quietly make my way to the art room. Club time passes in relative peace and quiet. I sit in my usual seat next to Rin, but she doesn't seem to be in a talkative mood. She's even more distant than usual. Today we're going to draw a still life, and get to choose from either a vase full of fake flowers or an arrangement of rocks, sticks, and canvas. The teacher encourages us to gather around the preferred motif, emphasizing perspective, texture, and lighting as the key points of this exercise. I look at Rin to see if she prefers one of the subjects over the other, but she just tilts her head, signifying nothing. The club members quickly shuffle their chairs around the classroom to get closer to either the vase or the clutter. Rin and I both picked a flower vase, but only one of us seems to do any work. She's ignoring Nomiya's assignment just like she suddenly started ignoring me, and has begun doodling something idly with her foot, not really even looking at what she's drawing. I try to catch her gaze, but she's looking out the window. It's making me uneasy. Rin almost looks like she's asleep with the way she's leaning back against the chair with her, with her legs resting easily on the desk. She's now completely given up on the drawing. The more I try to relax, ignore her, and just be myself, the more it feels like I should ask if something's wrong. After club activities are over and others have filed out, Rin gets up from her seat and marches over to Nomiya with unusual determination. I'll do it. Nomiya, who is humming to himself while sorting a box of pencils by hardness, turns around with a mixed expression of friendliness and incomprehension on his face. What will you do, my girl? I actually forgot what he sounded like. The gallery person. I can talk with that person. At least yesterday I thought I could. And today, too. I think I want to try it. I'm going to go all the way. The widest smile I have ever seen on any person's face lights up the teacher's features. He is almost literally beaming. How wonderful! I'd almost lost hope. Such a hard-headed girl you are, but I knew that sooner or later you'd understand as well. I'll call my good friend Saionji and arrange a meeting. You'll need to show her your work so she can estimate it. I've told her about you, but obviously you should talk face to face. This is so exciting, isn't it? Nomiya's talking more to himself than to us, and walking in circles around his desk, waving his hands around wildly all the while. He picks up his cell phone from the breast pocket of his jacket and flips it open with a stylish movement, starting to look for the number to call. While he searches, he notices me staring and gives me a beaming thumbs up. I shrug back at him, doing my best to not look smug. Nomiya finds the number and makes the call, turning away from us and lowering his voice once it goes through. Even so, I can hear his excited tone. The call doesn't last long. Fabulous! Sai is at the gallery right now, and she said we could stop by right away if that's fine. This is most excellent! Do you have some kind of portfolio? There we go. Do you have some kind of portfolio to show, Rin? She just shakes her head at the question. Probably not. I mean, she didn't expect to do this until yesterday. Never fear. I've taken some photos of your paintings. We can bring those and maybe a couple originals with us. Excuse me. Those will be quite sufficient for now. There should be some recent ones around here in the back, right? He pulls out a folder full of photos out of a desk drawer, then charges towards the back where there's a small storage room and extra cabinets for all the materials and tools the art classes and club use. He soon finds what he was looking for and crudely wraps 2 of Rin's paintings in some brown packing paper. Nakai, would you carry these to my car? I pick up the 2 oil paintings. They aren't heavy, but they do make navigation somewhat cumbersome as I follow Nomiya and Rin to the parking lot. Look at this American-ass parking lot! Nomiya has a pretty nice car, not something I'd expect a high school teacher to drive. I wonder what kind of salaries they earned at Yamaku. The canvases are stuffed into the trunk, where they just barely fit. At the teacher's overly enthusiastic prompting, I get in the car along with them. Rin answers my questioning stare with a confirming nod and a nonchalant shrug. I guess I've become some sort of assistant for her now. Nomiya doesn't go light on the pedal. The smooth ride takes just about 10 minutes to bring us to the city center, where we pull into a tiny parking lot and get out of the car. I pick up the paintings again, looking around. It's just like any city in Japan, really. Same style of buildings, people hurrying here and there, office workers sweating in their suits in the summer heat. Wide, tree-lined streets aren't something you see everywhere, though. Maybe they're this city's specialty. It definitely has that feel of a city, which I thought I had already forgotten. I feel immediately comfortable walking around. I haven't actually been here before. No? In that case, it's about time! It's a great city! Lots of wonderful folk around here! And most important of all, a vibrant cultural life! Ha! Sai's place is just around the corner! Speaking of which, after turning around 3 more corners, Nomiya stops in front of a door. There's a nameplate in big red letters over it. 22nd corner. Is this really the 22nd corner? Of what? That's bothering me too. I mean, where to start counting, and which way do you count? Rin gets worked up over the strangest things. Unlike me, Nomiya ignores her completely and pushes the door open. The gallery is very clean looking, and the air conditioning makes it cool and very comfortable. The white walls and big windows facing onto the busy street make the whole place feel airy and bright. There's nobody around whom I can see, however. Most of the floor space is empty, with only a few large tables and a counter for furniture. There are paintings too, of course. A poster advertises an exhibition for an artist I've never heard of. Most of his works seem to be portraits or landscapes done in a more traditional style than Rin's abstraction. Summoned by the bell on the door, a lady who looks maybe around Nomiya's age comes from around the corner. She's dressed in a sharp suit, her straight dark hair in a perfect ponytail behind her head. A pair of flashy, expensive-looking eyeglasses frame her eyes. On second glance, I'm not so sure of her age anymore. She looks old and yet not actually old. Sai, hello! She clearly recognizes the teacher, greeting him warmly. Oh, there you are, Shinichi, and so quickly. I take it that these 2 are your students? Indeed! Let me introduce you. This is Ren Tezuka, the one I spoke to you about, and the healthy-looking lad over there is Hisao Nakai. She takes a long, hard look at both of us, especially Rin. It feels like we're being evaluated, that a worth of some abstract kind is being calculated for us. Her eyes linger for a long time on Rin, on her eyes, her empty sleeves tied in knots, her posture. Sai takes her first impression of Rin with an intensity I've not seen used by anyone else before. Once finished, she smiles amiably. Pleased to meet you both. My name is Sai Saionji, and I'm the owner of this gallery. Could I maybe offer you some tea? Oh no, thank you, we're fine. Let's get down to business. I lay the paintings on a tabletop to give the gallery owner a better view, and Nomiya pulls out his folder of photos. The old lady studies Rin's works carefully, absent-mindedly brushing her cheek with her fingers while letting her gaze sweep over the paintings. Her eyes remind me of a bird of prey of some sort. They're so sharp and somehow very calculating. She takes her time, slowly going over the paintings in order without uttering a single word. Even the teacher looks very nervous. He tries to point out certain details and other things about Rin's work, but it seems like she's not listening. While Nomiya and I keep looking at Sai, trying to look for some hint of a reaction on the gallery owner's face, Rin lets her gaze wander around the gallery space. Suddenly, she pipes up. Is this really the 22nd corner? Sai raises her gaze from the paintings to look at Rin, but doesn't answer. It's probably for the best. She takes stock of Rin's slouchy posture and her dreamy eyes that are again moving restlessly about. The way Rin seems to be detached from a situation that's supposed to be very important for her annoys me just a little. I'm practically holding my breath here. After Sai has gone through all of Nomiya's photos and inspected the 2 oil paintings I hauled here, she goes through all the material again, this time at a quicker pace. Finally, she gives her verdict. I like it. Though, if you don't mind me saying, you're still a bit immature. Searching for your own direction, perhaps? She picks up one of the photos. Still, just look at this. I just can't take my eyes off it. Like a little kitten playing around. That's what your art makes me feel, young lady. Thank you, I think. Nobody has ever said that before, I think. That's all that Rin has to say. Something about what the gallery owner says and how she says it makes it sound patronizing to me, but I hold my tongue. Anyway, what a wonderful imagination, though, isn't it? I've always said that Tezuka has great eye for composition and color harmony, and technique. Remember, all these are done with her feet. Of course, we need to put some of the simpler ones on display too, for the lay people, right, Sai? The teacher snorts derisively. You know how those Philistines are. What do they understand about real art? They'd just be at a loss with the abstractions and themes here. But it'll generate more publicity, and that's good, isn't it? Sai smiles gently at Nomiya's remark and turns back to the paintings. I wonder. To tell you the truth, I just don't know if all this makes an exhibition. Even if I like it, I don't get the feel of a theme, of cohesion. There is no oeuvre, and really, who would expect such from a young artist like the kitten here? Oh, no. It's definitely doable, especially if we get a few new pieces and touch up some old ones. I don't mind painting more. I'll do anything. It's a bit of a stretch. Trust me, I wouldn't have come to you if I didn't believe Tezuka was ready. You can see it too, can't you? I know exactly what her kind is capable of, and you know too. Those words give the gallerist lady a pause. A hollow, bottomless look takes over her eyes for a moment, as if she was looking through or maybe past Nomiya. She says nothing, but her mouth becomes a tight, flat line, as if stretched. Finally, the moment passes. Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm saying! Sai sighs and takes a few steps, walking in a circle as if to help organize her thoughts. She takes another look at a photo of the painting she particularly liked, the one that made her call Rin a kitten. She places her hand over her mouth, lost for words. After a few moments, she shakes her head. I don't know what to say. After seeing you, dear, and these paintings of yours, would you excuse us for a moment? I want to talk to your teacher in private for a bit. Sai draws the art teacher aside, and they talk in hushed tones for a while. I can't hear what they're saying, but over her shoulder, I can see the lines around the corners of her mouth tighten as she motions with her hands in time with her words. The expression on her face is... What kind of expression is it? I couldn't say. Once they're done discussing whatever they had to discuss, they give one another a serious look. I feel something that goes beyond mere words transpiring there. They walk back to us. Sai looks seriously at Rin, her left hand reaching as if instinctively towards a pack of cigarettes that's lying on the table. She picks the pack up and extracts one, looks at it absent-mindedly as if only now realizing she did so, and puts it back. Finally, she locks eyes with Rin, evaluating her once more. All right, little kitten, I'm going to believe in you. I'll display your paintings in here, but from what I can see, this is not enough. You don't really have a cohesive theme, and you don't have enough of the good stuff. You're going to have to work hard to actually get something that we can put on exhibit here. I know. It's a good thing my gallery is so small, no? Rin already spends pretty much every free waking moment she has painting. How is it possible to work any harder? She'd have to skip classes to do more than she already does. And how can anyone work that much? Silence falls in the gallery after my words. Sai looks at the art teacher, who is looking contemplatively at his star student. I look at all three of them, confused. It's doable. What do you mean? I mean, the school is special. The board puts great value on things such as this. I'm sure I could arrange some leave for her. It's not unprecedented by any means. I'll discuss it with her parents too, but they've been quite supportive. However, it might be a bit of a stretch to get working space for her at the school if she's not actually going to attend classes. Actually, I was thinking about this before. Do you use the place upstairs for anything? No, I don't. Haven't since back then. It's more like a landfill than an atelier now. Upstairs? I own a small atelier apartment on the top floor of this building, but it hasn't been in use for... Goodness, it's been so long, hasn't it? Her eyes leap to Nomiya, who has a strange, muted expression on his face. Indeed. Do you think... Even Nomiya, in all his brashness, has trouble coming straight out with the question. Sai, of course, sees through him and throws up her hands, sighing deeply. I guess I can't say no, can I? Very well. I'll lend you the use of that place as well, if needed. It's not like I really use it. Excellent! I knew I could count on you! Don't celebrate yet. It really is a mess, so don't be shocked when you first see it. However, you can use it as you see fit. Since it's an atelier, it already has easels and things like that. You'll only need your own tools and materials and to somehow clean it up a bit. It's not habitable though, so I can't let you live there. I doubt your school or parents would allow that in any case. Okay. However, it's convenient to crash there overnight if necessary. I won't mind. Ha 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 ha! Most excellent, isn't it, Tezuka? He enthusiastically pats Rin on the shoulder, laughing in relief and happiness as if all this good fortune landed on him personally. Sai smiles as well, perhaps more amused by the old teacher's glee than anything else. Oh dear, Shinichi. This really is like back then. Are you sure we all haven't bitten off more than we can chew? She looks at Rin, who seems to be oddly subdued despite all this. I hope it will be worth it, kitten. She holds out her hand as if to shake Rin's, but realizes the impossibility and quickly moves to pat her on the shoulder. Rin looks back at her silently, her eyes serious and impenetrable like the dark of the night. Oh boy. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Well, there's that. Oh boy. Alright, I gotta turn on the heater. It's getting a little bit chilly in here. Okay. Ren applies for, and thanks to Nomiya pressuring the principal, I'm sure, is granted leave for the rest of the term for exceptional extracurricular activities. She has to make up for it during summer vacation, but it seems she doesn't mind. Ren will still be able to eat and sleep at school, of course. She just doesn't have to go to classes. I'm not entirely sure if I envy her or not. It all makes me feel anxious somehow. It's the last day of school for Ren. I feel like I should send her off with a word of encouragement, or at least say something. It was sort of due to my influence that she decided to dive head first into this after all. My class ends a good 20 minutes early, so I walk down to the lobby and buy a can of juice, then sit down on a bench and wait for Ren. Excuse me. I pull out a novel from my bag and search for the place where I was. Time stretches comfortably over the warm afternoon, while I idly sip my orange juice and read a few chapters of the book. The plot doesn't seem to advance at all, but it's all the same for me. The bell rings to end the school day and students shuffle to club meetings or outside. Nobody notices me, sitting on the bench with my nose in the novel. I keep watch for Ren, but I don't see her familiar face or red-tinted hair passing by. I check my watch 20 minutes past the end of class, when the lobby has all but emptied of people again. Even Ren should have already managed to get out of class, but either I missed her walking by or she never came downstairs. Perhaps she went to the art club room for some last-minute things instead, or got held back by her strict homeroom teacher. I haven't really waited that long, but having grown tired of it already, I decide to go find her myself. I stuff my book back in the bag and throw the now empty juice can in a trash bin, then climb upstairs. The hallway is eerily quiet, as there are no club rooms apart from the art room nearby. I check there first, but not even the teacher is in. Coming back towards the stairwell, I quietly knock on the door of 3-4 and push the door open to peek in. Yellow sunbeams cross the classroom, falling across the floor. The dust and chalk floating slowly in the air make the light almost palpable. The entire room bathes in the gentle light shining through the windows, washing the shadows away. Oh, I remember this CG too. Only one person is inside the classroom. Rin sits in what I assume is her seat, next to the window in the third row. Her head rests against the desk. I wonder if she slept through it all. Apparently not even Emmy had the heart, or maybe the capability to wake her up. I close the door quietly. Walking past the neat, even rows of desks, I go over to where she sits. Ren? My mouth is suddenly so dry that the word comes out as a tiny whisper. She doesn't answer, so I set my bag down on the floor next to hers and lean over her to look at her face. Rin's eyes are peacefully closed, the long eyelashes projecting thin shadows onto her cheeks. Her mouth is slightly open, letting me hear the quiet sound of her breathing. Her usually messy hair is even more so today, lying in complete disarray over half of her face and forehead. Her bag is lying at her feet like a forgotten rag doll. A few books and pens have fallen out of it near her seat. The scene makes me smile a little. I touch Rin's head lightly, sweeping a few stray hairs off her ear. Her hair feels warm against my palm. Rin stirs, and I retract my hand on reflex, feeling embarrassed for touching her so casually. She looks so vulnerable, like any sleeping person. It's impossible not to feel fondness towards her. I sit on the desktop of whoever is in front of Rin, then draw the window slightly open to get some fresh air in. Hopefully it'll wake her up and I won't need to resort to cruder methods. Look at that animation. She doesn't wake up, but I didn't really expect her to. Looking at her makes me feel tired as well. To be honest, I wouldn't mind a quick nap either, but I content myself with leaning against the large window. The glass is warm against my ear and cheek, as these windows face west, toward the setting afternoon sun. The afternoon light is slowly melting into Rin's auburn hair, softening her outlines so that she seems to be fading into her surroundings. The minute twitches of her muscles, her hair swaying in the air current, the even rhythm of her breathing, it all gives a strong impression of a dreaming girl. Like all sleeping people, Rin looks like she's away from this world, in some distant dream country. With her, it doesn't feel so obvious that she would ever come back. She seems so detached from her surroundings even when she's awake. In fact, she has the same kind of air around her when... The realization hits my consciousness without warning. Rin sometimes looks like that when she's painting. Her focused expression gives the same feeling of being on the other side of some imaginary gap as looking at her sleeping face does. I feel a pain in my chest. There's no way I can close that gap to be on the same level with her. It hurts, even though I know that it's impossible for any two people to truly understand each other. But Rin, she's almost literally in another world when she's talking about art, thinking about art, or making art. It's a world that I, or anyone else really, can't share with her, just like the world of dreams. Rin still doesn't show any sign of waking up, so I'm faced with the decision to either rouse her myself or wait for her to awaken on her own. I choose the latter. Waiting is something I'm good at. I found that out during my hospitalization. But even the hospital ward was more lively than the school after classes are over. The only sounds in this place are the loud ticking of the clock above the door and the distant voices of students down on the grounds. A genuine summer breeze blows inside from the window I cracked open, full of warmth and carrying the scent of light. I look outside to see where it came from, but I'm dazzled almost instantly. The window glass seems to trap all the sunlight within, making it painful to look that way. All I can glimpse through the window are the dark silhouettes of the trees and the wall around the campus against the setting sun's radiance. As I turn back to watch Rin, she stirs again. Oh. A single tear worms down from the corner of her eye, slowly making its way across her face before it falls onto the desk. It's tiny, barely a droplet, but it captivates me. Another tear follows the first, and then a third. A feeling of anxiety overcomes me, petrifying me on the spot. It's so strange, seeing Rin's face peaceful as she sleeps, at the same time as tears stream down her cheeks, wetting the wooden desktop she rests her head on. I don't know what to do, so I do nothing, and just watched the tears roll one by one down her face. I wonder what she's dreaming about. Ren wakes up after one final flinch, or perhaps because of the tears. She sits upright and yawns so excessively it looks like her jaw might dislocate. Ah. She notices my presence, but her reaction is more like the lack of any reacting at all. It's just an acknowledgement, no startled gasp or anything. Hello. Good morning. She's so groggy she can't even return my smile that I somehow can't stretch to be entirely honest. Ah. Ren notices her wet cheeks and quickly wipes them on the shoulders of her shirt. It seems she isn't at all surprised or flustered by them. You cried in your sleep. A bad dream? No, it's nothing like that. It's something I've learned to do. From other people. It's a funny story. I'll tell you later. On second thought, not really that funny at all. I guess I won't tell you. Did you want something, or did you just come watch me sleep? I wanted to see you after classes. Oh. Well, it's after classes now, and I'm seeing you right here. Yeah. I just wanted to say good luck or something. I figured the upcoming weeks are going to be a lot of work for you. Thanks. Ren yawns again and blinks a few times. I feel weird. Didn't really sleep much last night at all. Butterflies in your stomach? What? No. I mean, yes. I know what that means. Butterflies. Don't really feel so good now. It'll be fine. You're so confident. Someday it will bite you in the ear. I'll look forward to it. I think I have to go. I promised Mrs. Sionji that I'd go there straight after school, and now it's after school. Is it okay if I come by sometime? I'm guessing you're planning to work long hours, so if you'd prefer to avoid distractions... It's okay. It's not a distraction. Not like Emmy. Don't bring her with you, though. I wouldn't like that this time. I told her to stay away. I see. Alright then. Rin stands up and silently walks to the door with me following behind. The school's empty hallways, devoid of the usual crowd of students, feel very lonely. It's only a few hours since school ended, but the building seems to be all but deserted. Our footsteps are all that intrudes upon the stillness of the hallways. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell, dead without its students and teachers to liven it up. It's like the school has become a private world for just the two of us, a desolate place filled with silence and chalk dust. I'm going to change. She says this out of the blue while we walk down the stairs from the third floor, and it makes me wonder how she views this challenge that lies ahead of her. That's what people must do sometimes. Oh, let me redo that line then. I thought she was talking about clothes! Text history. I'm going to change. There we go. That's the last thing we say to each other that day, even though there's so much that we could talk about. And even those words drown in the all-encompassing silence, disappearing into the stagnant air as if they were never said.
Oh, boy.
What is that?
I mean, to be fair, it's gonna be different, definitely. Like, now they're no longer gonna be seeing each other every day.
And Ren's gonna be completely alone with her thoughts. For hours. Great! Fucking fantastic. We'll see how much trouble that gets her in later. Excuse me. The next Monday is marked by a strange emptiness that grips me, caused by the knowledge that I won't be able to see Rin whenever I want to anymore. This hollow feeling's a little bit disconcerting, but I make it to the afternoon all the same. My last class is, in a word, terrible. It's not that the lesson is that bad. It is, however, boring, and it's so hot in the classroom that I feel like I'm melting. The air conditioning is either broken or turned off, so the windows are open. It makes no difference, since the air outside is completely still. Only the chirping of cicadas carries inside. The sweltering heat permeates the room. Students and teachers alike are in an almost delirious state. I just want to stand up and walk out of here without caring what the teacher or anyone else says. I can see I'm not the only one with these thoughts, too. Next to me, Misha is shamelessly holding her skirt up a bit and fanning air in with her notebook. Only Shizune seems to be as cool as always, sitting with her back perfectly straight, arms folded on her chest, her eyes fixed on the equations scrawled on the blackboard. I keep shooting yearning glances at my watch, but it doesn't help the time go by any faster. It's funny. I remember how badly I wanted to get out of the hospital and go back to school. Now all I can think of is the upcoming summer vacation and freedom from classes and homework. Perhaps it's human nature to think only of the situation at hand. Finally, the bell rings. Relieved, my classmates and I burst out into the hallway, already crowded by students from our neighboring classes. I spot Emmy's diminutive figure nearby and walk up to her. Hey there. She smiles sweetly, clearly happy to see me.
Hasao! What's up? Is your classroom super hot too?
Yeah, it is. I thought I was going to melt in there. Nothing else is really happening, though. Feeling a bit weird now that Rin's on her great adventure, or whatever you want to call it. Emmy's face cracks in a wider smile and she jumps up and down enthusiastically.
Isn't it great? I'm so happy for her. I bet everyone will like her paintings and she'll sell a lot of them and make piles of money.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll work out great.
I'm totally sulking at her, though.
She huffs angrily and places her hands firmly on her hips, even letting a little anger seep into her voice. It doesn't quite have the impact she's probably hoping for, but I say nothing. Why's that?
She said that she doesn't want me to go see her.
Oh yeah, she mentioned that. I guess she prefers to not be distracted. I can understand that.
I don't think I'm that much of a distraction. Besides, I'm sure she'll forget about sleeping and eating properly if someone's not there telling her to do it. Sometimes she's like that, gets completely fixated on whatever and drops everything else. It really makes me worried, you know? Is she going to be alright?
Such friendship.
I wonder if she thinks I'm annoying.
I'm pretty sure that's not the case at all. Emmy shakes her head, looking amused. I'm not sure if she's joking or not.
She has these weird ideas about a lot of stuff. Things just make sense to her in a totally different way than they do to me. I can't even remember all the weird stuff she's talked about over all this time. I don't think Rin does either, really. She's the type who would forget her own head if it wasn't attached to her shoulders. That's why I just can't leave her alone. Is that weird?
She leans against the wall, managing to look distraught, yet still cheerful as always. I get a strange feeling about it, as though I were talking to two people at the same time. How would I know? Everyone's weird in some way, but if that's yours, it's a very nice way. At least I can understand what you're talking about, unlike Rin. Most of the time, I have no idea about what's going on inside her head either. Emmy giggles, nodding in agreement.
I think it's okay even if you don't understand her. That's how she usually is.
Emmy stands up straighter, brushing the hem of her skirt and straightening the waistline. She laughs awkwardly.
Wow, we ended up talking pretty seriously. What's up with you, Hisao? Why'd you bring this up?
Oh, sorry. I didn't really mean to get into this sort of discussion either. I don't know. I've had this weird feeling lately about Rin. I don't know why. I feel a bit guilty bringing up something like this for no reason except my own anxiety.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Suddenly, Emmy clutches my wrist and twists it so she can see what time it is from my watch.
Oh, damn. This late already? I should really go. There's a meeting with the rest of the track team at the field. It's not going to be fun in this heat. We're going to sweat like pigs, but I promised I'd be there. Bye-bye!
She skips downstairs, leaving me wondering if what I said, or what Rin said rather, hurt her or not. Maybe what Emmy herself said hurt her the most, come to that. So in the end, even the person closest to Rin is just as far apart from her as everyone else. I wonder if Rin herself ever feels that distance. I felt like I was drifting away from the world too, during my hospitalization. I felt anxious and depressed, and even now I sometimes still do. But I fight against it with all I've got. If Rin has been on that side of the divide for her whole life, I can't imagine how she could not be lonely. But perhaps she's truly different. I refuse to belong to that other place, but maybe she's found comfort there. Like Emmy, I have a club meeting of my own, so I head straight to the art club room at the end of the hallway. Only a few members are present today, so the mood's even more laid back than usual. Rin is off working on her exhibition project, but I wonder if the rest are simply just plain hooky, defeated by the heat. I half-assedly sketch something with a piece of graphite, but do a poor job of it. My fingertips are turning pitch black from holding the graphite and smudging it on the paper, accidentally and on purpose. I've improved a little, but Rin's level is still far beyond my reach. Eventually Nomiya comes in and makes his way around the room, checking on what we're doing and giving comments on the works in progress. He stops behind me and bends closer to look at my poor sketch.
Tried to take a few pointers from Tezuka, have you?
Well, I've looked at how she draws, but I haven't exactly asked for advice, no.
Let's see here.
He casually picks up the piece of graphite from my hand and lightly draws some faint, barely visible lines over my sketch to illustrate places that need improvement. I already feel frustrated about not seeing the obvious flaws before, but with a couple of careless-seeming flicks of the wrist, Nomiya has made them plain as day. Straightening up, he throws a sideways glance at the seat where Rin usually sits.
Such a nostalgic feeling, almost like a bird flying from the nest. I'll miss Tezuka when she graduates. It begins from here, you know. Nearly makes my eyes a little misty.
Do you really think she has a chance to make her big break with the exhibition? Nomiya looks up from my sketch, adjusting his glasses. He rubs his chin, looking contemplative.
Why not? It's not like she's going to be an overnight smash hit or anything, but getting the word out there is very important. Connections are pure gold, maybe the most important thing to gain if she's to become an artist. Word of mouth is very powerful in these circles. She has some advantages, like her young age and technique. You know, the feat. People wouldn't be naturally curious about extraordinary things like that.
His words have an unpleasant ring to them. Isn't that just exploiting her disability to make her more popular? It sounds fishy. Yeah, that's considered inspiration porn.
And lots of disabled people don't like that. Now, it's not like that at all. Think of it from another perspective, like an artist. Would you rather have Tezuka hide herself completely from public view, as if her condition were something shameful? Some people will call it exploitation if we promote that aspect, or discrimination if we hide it. All considered, we're just being honest about it. There's nothing wrong with that, right, my boy? I guess so. Brilliant! It's true that disability always has all sorts of implications in society, often nasty ones, but brushing things under the carpet won't help at all. I'm sure Sai will handle her side of the issue with delicacy. I've known her since art school and she's most reliable. Why is she going so far for Rin's sake? Because it's you who asked? Oh, she has her own reasons too. Trust this old man, she's more kind-hearted than she looks. But don't let her know I said that. He gives me a big wink and covers his mouth with his hand, as if to push the remark back in. I remember the curious way Miss Saionji looked at Rin almost the entire time during our visit to the gallery. It was like that woman was trying to imprint everything about her into her memory. Or maybe it was that Rin reminded her of something else. Mostly Sai simply adores young people with a passion for art. Her gallery specializes in this very thing, bringing up-and-coming talent to the public. It's a perfect fit for someone like Tezuka. I don't even know if she really wants to become a career artist, though. But I guess that'd be the logical next step. I don't have the faintest idea. Like they say, a teacher can only show the door. It's the student who has to walk through it. An old tired saying, but still quite true.
I mean, that's the thing. Rin has never said anything about wanting to, become an artist. Like being a good artist as a hobby is a lot different than doing it for a career.
He leaves the chat with a pair of second-year girls working on some watercolors. Even though he said that cliched thing, it feels to me like Nomiya's trying to prod Rin through a certain door in particular, but I can't blame him for that. I literally shoved Rin towards that door, what with my speeches about wasting opportunities and whatnot. Nomiya feels like it's time for him to let Rin test her own wings. He has absolute confidence in this endeavor. I wonder why I can't shed the anxious feeling I have inside of me. It shouldn't have anything to do with me. Maybe I'm just bothered by exactly that. I really don't have any part in this. I would like to be a part of Rin's life, and her a part of mine. Like friends should be. That's what she called us. I wonder what she really meant. I feel like I'm so far apart from her, even when I'm not. It's the same as with Rin and Emmy. I can't understand her. What am I for her?
Again, I think I know the answer here, but just in case, you never know what the guide says. Yep, I was right. It's the same answer.
I want to understand her. In the end, even though we made friends with each other, I don't really feel that we've gotten any closer. How can I call someone my friend if I can't understand her? Nomiya's boisterous laugh fills the quiet afternoon just as the club meeting ends. He pats one of the girls on the back encouragingly. I think about all the things that have led me to this point, all the things I've shared with Rin during the few weeks I've been at Yamaku's so far. I understand so very little. In the end, but I'm sure of one thing. If I want to keep going what I have with Rin, I have to throw myself into whatever will come out of this exhibition project, along with her. I turn my gaze back at the black mess of a sketch and the near-invisible guiding lines the teacher drew over it. No pattern emerges, nothing that could take me further than I am. I put the graphite down on the table and think hard and honestly about what I really want.
Boy, oh boy, we're just getting that hammered in. Like, Rin wants to be... I want to understand Rin, even though I don't know how to do that. Oh, look! The same fucking image!
The edge of the world. Oh, that's great.
Okay. But yeah, I will say though, like, when they were talking about potentially exploiting Rin's disability, I brought up the term inspiration porn, which, for those who are not aware, inspiration porn is basically like,
how do I put it? It's basically, like, you know all those, you know how, like, you'll see on TV sometimes, or even on the internet, like, these, usually companies or organizations, like, they're showing off, like, this visibly disabled person, like, doing something that, how do I put it? That you normally wouldn't think they'd be able to do because of their disability and such. Like, it's basically meant, like, basically, it's meant to showcase, like, how, I don't know how to put it. It's like, it's basically, like, feel-good material for non-disabled people, for able-bodied people. Like, it's supposed to make them feel good that, like, oh, look at how you're doing this, you know, I'm so proud of you, or something like that. It's basically just infantilizing bullshit. You know, you see this a lot. You know, it's like, look at, I mean, I guess if we want to keep it in the context of Katawa Shoujo, you know, Rin using her feet to paint, like, basically them wanting to use that as, like, look at what she can do despite not having any arms, you know? Isn't that amazing? Like, it's weird. It's weird. Anyway, the next day, I take the bus into the city. It goes twice an hour starting in the morning, passing by the front gate of Yamaku at 20 minutes past and 10 to the hour. The ride takes considerably longer than the one Nomiya gave us in his car. I slowly read a book as the bus makes its rounds through the suburbs, pausing at almost every stop to pick up someone or let them out. Eventually, we make it to the last stop at the city center. The city is fair-sized, but not too large, and seems too quiet. What the fuck is that? Nevertheless, I enjoy the atmosphere. Despite being slightly directionally challenged, I find my way from the bus station to the gallery without too much effort, and soon I find myself staring at the big letters saying 22nd corner. Inside, the gallery owner is intently studying a large painting hanging on the wall, a portrait of an old man. Good afternoon. She turns around to look at me, and a smile of recognition spreads on her lips. Oh, aren't you the young man from the other day? Shinichi's student. Hisao, was it? That's right. Good afternoon, Mrs. Saionji. Please, just sigh. I don't want to feel any older than I am. You know, I'm so glad that even young people show interest in art nowadays. It's so refreshing. What brings you here? Surely you aren't just on a courtesy visit all the way from your school. Ah, I actually came for Rin. I was hoping to see how she's doing. Oh, is that right? Well then, you need to step back outside. You see, the atelier is actually at the next door on the right down the street, and up the stairwell. Just climb the stairs to the top floor. There's only one door there, you can't miss it. I give Sai my thanks, exit the gallery, and locate the door she was talking about. It leads to a dark stairwell, which reminds me of the stairs leading to the roof of the school building. The stairs are steep, and even though it's only 5 floors, my breathing gets heavy before I reach the top. An unassuming wooden door waits for me there. It's unlocked, so I knock and enter. New place! Okay, just checking what the scene title was again. The atelier is really just one big room, with the ceiling lower at one end than the other because the roof of the building is gabled. There's a huge skylight in the ceiling that acts as the main source of light for the room, bringing in sunlight that reflects off the white painted walls. I suppose it's good to use natural light for art. There isn't much in the way of interior decoration. No surprise, since the room seems to have been used as storage for a while. All kinds of boxes and office furniture are scattered around the place. The room is dusty since it's not been in use for a while. I can see that someone has made some effort to clean up a little, but it's far from immaculate. Hey, there's Rin wearing a new outfit! Rin stands in the middle of the room with her back to me, staring at a half-painted canvas placed on an easel. Not working on it, just staring, unmoving. She wears what must be second or third-hand denim overalls over the standard school uniform shirt, much like the one I'm wearing. They look pretty worn and are covered in paint They look pretty worn and are covered in paint spatters. From the way they seem to be loose or tight in places, I'm guessing that they weren't originally Rin's. Hi. Hello. Rin doesn't judge my showing up as worthy of turning around, saying maybe something more than just a mechanical reply to my greeting, smiling, anything. She keeps on doing whatever it is she's doing. Probably some weird creative thing inside her head. Perhaps I should have expected as much. Still, I make another attempt at conversation. This is a pretty cool place. Big, too. It is. Sai said I can use this as much as I like. I even have my own key. So how's the work going? She doesn't answer for a while. I begin to wonder if she's already forgotten the question. As a cloud drifts over the building, shadowing the light pouring in from the skylight, the change in Rin's surroundings seems to wake her up. I don't know. It's like a huge ball. I don't really know which side is the right one. It's really huge. It's the hugest thing ever. Like a mountain growing inside of me. Like I swallowed a mountain whole. It's going to be hard, I think. Really very hard. I try to listen for undercurrents of stress or uncertainty in her voice, but I don't pick up anything like that. Why are you here? Her tone is not as unkind as the directness of the question would make it seem. Well, you said that it'd be fine if I came to visit, so here I am. I guess it's not for any real reason, but I thought you might like company or assistance or maybe some... Hisao. Can you be quiet for about 15 minutes? Maybe 10 is enough. 5 definitely is not. You can talk afterwards. Her tone is sharp, nothing like I've ever heard from her before. There is no command, no annoyance, no anger, but her voice pierces me all the same. All right. With the silence that falls, anxiety creeps back into my heart. I wonder if it was a mistake to come here. Oh God, I'll be right back. I need to go do something real quick. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had to do some cat stuff real quick. Okay. Murmurs of traffic filter in from outside, and I start to feel more and more uncomfortable. All my thoughts keep finding themselves returning to certain things that have been swirling relentlessly in the back of my mind for some time now. I feel like those thoughts will surface out of the tempestuous sea of my mind, whether I want it or not. Desperate to divert my focus, I fixate on Rin's back as my mind races. I don't think I've ever studied anyone's back so intently before. Her neck, hidden by copper-colored hair which is, again, in complete disarray. That relaxed yet rigid posture reminded me that Rin's physical appearance often tends to be as awkward as her various trains of thought. Those gaunt, delicate shoulder blades, visible through the thin white fabric of her shirt. the contours of her hips curving down to her thin thighs. It pisses me off. Rarely does she ever seem to be looking at me, whether literally or figuratively. I, on the other hand, am always watching her back, both literally and figuratively. Whenever she is painting, whenever something catches her fluttery attention, whenever I don't forcefully make her listen to me, I can't reach through to her. Rin's heart is uncharted territory, dangerous waters, the blank areas on a map. The edge of the world? If I went too close, I wonder if I would fall off. What do I think of her? Sometimes she's aloof and distant, and it annoys me. At other times, her passion for the things she thinks worthwhile shines through, and it inspires me. I can't understand her. Still, I like her and consider her my friend. I suppose part of friendship is putting up with the oddities of the people you call friends. I have to admit, there is a lot of putting up with Rin. What does she think of me? I have no idea. Last week, I thought she might have liked me romantically, what with the kiss and all. It forced me to ponder my own feelings, too. This week, I'm utterly confused. What would she do if I told her I liked her that way? I wonder if I really do. Damn, I can't make sense of even my own thoughts anymore. It must be contagious. Even if I said a thing like that, would it matter? Nothing affects Rin. Nothing. I'm done. I find her turned around, now staring straight at me. It unnerves me. I try to remember what we, or rather I, were talking about before she requested a timeout. Oh, right. I just came to... I don't know. You still can't finish your sentences? It's not that. Fine. She retreats from the conversation, slipping away from me once again. She doesn't return to painting, but instead keeps looking at me with that empty poker face of hers. I wanted to talk about some stuff. I've thought a lot about things. What things? Like what happened last week and so on. What happened? I get the feeling she's playing with me. Why, I have no clue. It's not a game she's playing with my head. I'm pretty sure she doesn't deliberately try to screw with people. Maybe it's just my own mind playing tricks on itself. Still, Rin feels like a puzzle in the form of a girl. I feel attracted to it, compelled to solve it, the overly rational part of my brain refusing to let me give up. I can't leave her alone. I never would have believed I could be this obsessive about something. Why do I hesitate so much and keep running in circles around her? I don't have to do that. I already decided what I want to say. Ren. Excuse me. Sorry, my throat is starting to give out on me. Ren. Saying her name with an intention like this makes my mouth dry, as if my subconscious is fighting against what I'm going to say next. I feel like I'm going to lock up any moment now. Rin looks up from her paint-covered toes and stops wriggling them, as there isn't anyone to observe them curiously now. The hard stare of her dark green eyes seems like a portent. I like you. The lack of any reaction is like a slap to the face. So, I mean, I'd like to like you as more than a friend. What is more? What is more? The slow, hesitant words coming from between her strawberry colored... Okay. The slow, hesitant words coming from between her strawberry-colored lips are not the ones I was waiting for. Motherfucker.
Sorry, there's something crawling on my desk and I'm trying to kill it.
Neither are the two possible answers that I'd been expecting, actually. I feel myself blushing heavily, as is par for the course in this kind of situation. My heartbeat sounds like a percussion orchestra on drugs. Rin's faux innocent inquiry feels like I'm being grilled over hot coals. You know, like romantically and... No. Rin turns around, giving me the cold shoulder as she returns to looking at her painting. She makes a move to pick up her brush, which lies forgotten on the floor, but decides against it at the last moment. I can't talk about that kind of thing now. So, don't talk about that kind of thing. Please. We're friends, right? So you can do that.
Whew, that was, could have been phrased a little bit differently, a little bit better.
The silence those words leave behind is deafening. I want to say something, but my mouth refuses to move. There's no way I can retain my dignity. Rin finally picks up the brush without giving any explanation for her behavior. Maybe there was something in her voice that gave away some emotion, but I couldn't say what. Her shoulders slump melancholically as her foot works the canvas in front of her. She won't let me see her face, and I know it. Feeling the weight of my heart grow heavier, I stand up to leave, for I can't stay here any longer today. It's like I've opened Pandora's box by stepping over some line that Rin didn't want me to cross, and she had to turn me down. I walk across the squeaky floor to the door leading to the stairwell. Rin's quiet voice stops me in my tracks as I'm about to open the door. Hisao. My hand, still on the brass doorknob, is waiting for me to turn it or to withdraw. Yeah? Will you come tomorrow? Yeah. Oh my god. Did I get it? Yes.
Oof. That was awkward. Oh my god, that was awkward. Like, she basically just rejected him on the spot. Whew, that was awkward though. It's like, oof. I mean... obviously she's not owed, like, she doesn't owe him reciprocation, you know? She doesn't. But I do think it is if anything, I think it is a good question to be like, so why'd you kiss me then? If you didn't like me like that, you know? But it is also like, I don't know, it's just, that was a bad, ugh. I mean, at the very least, she didn't say, like, hey, I don't like you like that. She just said, I don't want to talk about it right now. I can't deal with it right now. Which, I mean, considering the fact that she is working on painting for a fucking exhibition, I think that's a fair thing to ask for. But of course, there is no, like, promise, I guess, of let's talk about this after I'm done with this, so there's that. Regardless, that was a really, really, moment. It's like, oof.
Okay. After a night of bad sleep, I go through the day mostly on automatic. I put on my uniform mechanically, do my schoolwork mechanically, eat my lunch mechanically, reply to teachers mechanically, and thus when the final bell rings, I still feel as if I had just woken up. My mind feels blank and overcrowded at the same time, and I can't even begin to unravel the tangle of feelings I've gotten myself into. I spend the bus trip downtown staring out of the window, thinking about these things. As a result, by the time I climb the stairs to the atelier 4 floors above Sai's gallery, I'm feeling completely exhausted. Expecting awkwardness, I quietly knock on the door before entering. I spot Rin at the center of the small clear area in the room, working on a painting. She doesn't acknowledge my arrival in any way. Hi. I came, as promised. Rin snaps her head to my direction immediately. Was she waiting for me to say something? It locks that cold green gaze of hers on me. Although I'm sure my own face can't hide my feelings, Rin's expression is as expectant and neutral as always. The clouded, slightly absent-minded darkness in her eyes is like a wall standing between me and her. It's the first awkward silence between us that is truly awkward. Yesterday, both of us said something we couldn't take back, and there's no way it can be undone. I want to say something, but Rin forbade me from doing so. I can't even begin to guess what she's thinking, but I'm feeling the pressure of her lightless eyes on me, compelling me to break the silence without saying the thing I most want to say. To my horror, I find that I can't find any way to start a conversation. It's as if I've completely lost the ability to speak with her. Just keep working if you're in the middle of something. I'll just sit down here. Rin nods wordlessly at me and picks up the brush from the floor with the toes of her right foot. I sink into a worn-out sofa, picking up a book from my bag and opening it to where I stopped last night. I can't really concentrate on it, but it's better than doing nothing. The two of us are so close to each other, together in the same room even. And yet, we're both off doing our own thing as if we were miles apart. I can't help but wonder about this unnatural situation. Why did I come here? Because she asked me to do so yesterday, of course. However, it looks like there's absolutely no need for me to actually be here. It makes me feel awkward at first, but as I recall the previous silences I've quietly passed with Rin, I settle down and try to tune into that same comfortable mood I was in back then. Time stretches, then slows down. The pages of my book rustle each time I turn them. After maybe half an hour, or 1 hour at most, Rin breaks the silence, to my complete surprise. Hisao. Yeah? Are you my friend? It's an echo of yesterday, I know it. So, even Rin couldn't just push it aside from her mind. Caught off guard, I answer honestly. Yeah, of course I am. Don't worry about stuff like that, come on. Okay. She doesn't say anything further. I feel happy somehow. We really need to talk. Several chapters later, I mark my spot, close the book, and put it away in my bag. Getting up from the sofa, I see that Rin's made considerable progress on her painting. I take a look at it for a bit. It's still not quite finished, I suppose. It looks great. It's bad luck to comment on unfinished paintings. After that, I quietly leave the studio and catch the bus, taking me back to school. Well, that was a weird way to end. Okay, we were just flying by these. Oh, we're back here. Cool. Fantastic. Fast forward? Oh boy.
Okay, I wonder how much. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go on with this. Like, my throat is definitely feeling it. But, I don't know. I just want to make considerable progress into Act 2, you know? Considering it took us so long to get here. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Life settles into some sort of vague, undefined norm. I visit Rin whenever I can, but each time is as strange as the first. They consist mainly of me watching Rin at work, or just reading a book on the couch while she works. We barely talk at all. Long, quiet evenings stretch over the last few weeks of June. I sit on the couch in the atelier, listening to the quiet rustle of Rin's brush and my own heartbeat, trying to make sense of the former and forget about the latter. I'm a silent visitor in this place. A ghost. At some point, I start thinking that my presence is meaningful to Rin somehow, but never end up asking her about it. I don't bring up the forbidden topic anymore either, and try to stop thinking about it altogether. It's hard to do so, and doesn't get any easier with the passage of time. My heart aches every time I look at the awkward figure of the girl I decided I liked, yet who refuses to acknowledge it. I still can't seem to find the right words to talk to her about anything at all, but I find quiet solace in observing her from nearby. The distance between us doesn't feel that huge when I can be close to her, even if it's like this. Rin works like a demon. There's barely a moment when she's without a brush between her toes, or not walking in circles around her current work in progress, estimating it from every angle and distance. She seems to be completely taken over by her will to work, to change herself into the sort of artist she believes would be worthy of the trust Nomiya and Sai have placed in her. Piles of sketches, works in progress, tubes of oil paint and brushes slowly begin to crowd the small atelier, making it even messier than it was before Rin acquired the right to use it. I offer to help her clean up every now and then, but each time she refuses. It dawns on me that in her mind, the room is not in utter chaos. Rather, her system of keeping track of everything is so elaborate only Rin herself can make sense of it. She knows exactly where everything is, from the tiniest brush to the half-empty tube of crimson that's the perfect shade for some picture in progress. Rin walks from one painting to another, looking at them as if not remembering that she made them. She talks to herself, or to the paintings, even when I'm present, always just quietly enough that I can't make out the words. Every day, Rin pours herself onto the canvas for hours on end, squeezing every bit of her ability and even her soul to make good on that promise she made to me, or herself. Black marks appear beneath her eyes, a sure sign that she's skipping sleep in favor of painting. I'm somewhat surprised to see her at school a few times. I never go and say hello, though, as I somehow feel it would break the silent magic of the evenings we share at the atelier. Sometimes Sai comes by when I'm there. She gives me a certain kind of look when she shows up. I think she doesn't like that I'm always hanging out with Rin up here, but she never says a word about it. She isn't quite as full of praise for Rin's work as Nomiya, but is visibly impressed nevertheless. However, when she turns her eyes from the wonderful works of art to look upon the little red-headed girl that made them, a sudden deep sadness floats onto the surface of her expression. I can't explain it, and she never talks about it. June turns into July almost without warning. End-of-term exams loom dangerously close, but all I can think of is Rin. I feel like a sleepwalker at school, looking forward only to the next time I get to visit that silent place above Sai's gallery. After Rin refuses my attempts at directly helping with her work, I try to figure out other ways to help her. It finally dawns on me that she isn't eating properly. My course of action decided, I stop at the convenience store before going to catch the bus downtown on my next visit to the studio. I feel very energetic as I open the door to the atelier and greet Rin. I brought you some fruit. You need vitamins and actual food after all. Do you even eat up here? I do eat. If I didn't eat, I couldn't paint. Then why don't you eat a couple of these? I shake the bag full of ripe oranges in my hand and employ to tempt Rin into taking a break. To my surprise, she actually lays her brush down and walks over to me to see what I'd bought. Her expression doesn't change at all when she looks into the bag. I can't eat oranges, Asal. It doesn't work very well with feet. That's alright. I'll do it. Of course I knew that. She had told me herself after all. I extract the tiny fruit knife I had with me and select one of the round fruits. After making the initial cut, I begin to peel it with my fingers. The strong scent of cut orange rind immediately fills the air as thousands of tiny droplets of oil burst from the skin. I remove the first section of the hard peel and shoot a glance at Rin. So, how's the work going? I don't know. It's like I'm in the center of some huge mountain of jelly and have to dig my way out. Must be stressful. I think it might be. Even though it's just painting. All this, everything feels really strange. I wonder if Rin is the kind of person who likes to carefully remove all the white fibrous stuff from oranges before eating them. Or the more careless type who just eats them as they come. Maybe neither. I'm the former type, so I meticulously clean the orange slices one by one while Rin watches the process with mild curiosity. I realize that I don't have the faintest idea about her likes or dislikes, or any of the other little details that make up the concept of a person for those around them. It's like in all this time I haven't learned much about her at all. Once I finish lamenting that fact, I realize I've cleaned the entire orange and neatly split it into slices. I hold a slice up, bringing it closer to Rin so she can pick it up. Here. She takes it directly between her lips and then into her mouth, whole. Her lower lip briefly brushes against my fingertip. Rin chews the slice carefully, savoring it as much as possible. I become fixated on the movements of her jaw, the trickle of juice glistening on her lip, the way her throat moves when she swallows the orange slice. After I realize what I'm doing, I turn away, feeling embarrassed about watching her so intently. It's not the same as it usually is. The orange? Painting. Oh. Well, is anything like that ever the same? It is. Sometimes. I think. I don't know what, though. I might be starting to paint differently soon, if this goes on. Well, wouldn't that just be that change you keep talking about? She thinks about it, blinking her eyes a few times nervously. For a moment, absolutely... Excuse me. For a moment, absolutely nothing happens, as if time itself did a double take. We stare at each other in silence, only that faint, tangy scent of orange floating between us and the muffled sounds of traffic in the background. Then I pick up another slice and hold it to her. She takes it from me with her mouth, just like the first one. I didn't think it would be like this. Well, keep on going and see what happens. It's not like you can do anything else. Yeah, it's the only thing I can do. After that, she says nothing more. In the ensuing silence, I feed Rin the rest of the orange, one slice at a time. Then I peel another for her, which she eats as well. The third I eat myself, and the rest are left in their plastic bag, which I put on a small desk next to the couch. She stands up and returns to her painting, with a strange look in her eyes that I haven't seen before. Like most of her expressions, it is completely unreadable. Even if I asked, she wouldn't explain what it means.
Okay. We are closing in on 5 hours. I'm still up to do more. Oh god, hi. Oh, that's a that's a fucking lovely title. Alright, I'm not gonna quit yet. I just want to see. When was this? Oh, I was like, what? Alright, so we're still not, yeah. Okay. It's just curious. Alright. But still, I love the title of that. Self-destruction! Oh no! Okay. Oh, let me take some water real quick. Ah. Oh, I just realized she has a cigarette in her mouth. Oh boy. Okay.
Some days later, I spot Rin and Sai standing together in front of the gallery as I walk down the street toward the gallery.
Okay, we could have worded that to not mention the gallery twice, but fine.
They seem to be talking to each other while Sai has a smoke.
Good afternoon.
I say this even though it's not really afternoon anymore. I came a bit later than usual since I got caught up doing homework. It's going to be dark soon.
Hello there, Hisao. Came to visit the little kitten again?
Rin makes a face at the nickname. I guess she doesn't like it. Ironically, the way she wrinkles her nose like that really does make her look a little bit like a cat. Hello. Sai turns back to Rin to continue the conversation they were having.
So in other words, everything is going well enough?
Rin makes a difficult expression and turns her face away from me for some reason. It's difficult. It's like I'm missing something. But I'll do it.
Work hard and it'll be fine. I'm going to have to start working on my part of the preparations. I need to do a sales catalog, invitations, decorations, advertisement, and so on. I need the names for your works, and we also need to think up the general theme for the exhibition.
They don't have anything like that. I'm not very good with words, so I don't use them. If I cannot use them. I mean, sometimes I have to, but I think this is not a time like that at all.
You don't like naming your works?
I don't like it.
Well, I guess it's hard to come up with a good name for something like this.
Rin shakes her head vehemently. It's not like that. It's like if I paint a cloud and call it an octopus, people will think about it differently than if I paint a cloud and call it the end of the world. Every name is wrong. Nothing ever explains what I feel like when I make a painting. It's not a word thing. The only thing would be to come up with new words for everything, but would it help at all?
No, I don't think so. Then the paintings would go with just unnamed number 1 and so on. It's a bit inconvenient, but...
That's no good. Unnamed means that you just didn't come up with a good name. And unnamed is a name, like that Greek guy with the sheep and all.
First of all, Aesop, and secondly, VTuber? Sorry, you said!
Sai thinks about this for a while. Furrowing her brow, she keeps looking at Rin's serious face. So you're saying your artwork should be completely without labels? I think that's what I'm saying. Sai lets out a dry laugh, the kind old ladies who smoke too much always seem to end up with. Let's hope your art will never end up in a museum. The curators would explode. She takes a contemplative puff on her cigarette, which is worn down not much more than the butt. Then she drops it into an ashtray affixed to the wall next to the door. Then again, it could work. What do you mean? This namelessness, this rejection of labels, it works. It's a good unifying theme, and something people can grasp onto easily. Allows for a lot of room for interpretation. It gives a good impression. Think about it. All sorts of associations can be made, starting from identity and self-definition, all the way to whatever you want to think about it. We could call your exhibition Nameless and build it on that theme. How does that sound? Rin thinks about this for a while. I'm not sure how Sai managed to get so fired up by Rin's reluctance to apply names to her works. It feels like she might be extrapolating too much, but it's a pretty impressive sounding idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. For what it's worth, I have to say it sounds pretty good to me, too. Sai reaches into her pocket for another cigarette, lighting it with a neon green butane lighter. Her forehead wrinkles, and she rubs it as she appears to be... And she rubs it as she oh my god. And she rubs it as she appears to furiously think more on this idea. She doesn't say a word for a little bit, but every now and then she takes a sharp drag from the cigarette. Yes, I think this would work out pretty nicely. I'm going to take this as the starting point and work from there. I'm going in to work on this. You go back upstairs and try to find your missing ingredient. I'm sure it'll come to you sooner or later. Rin doesn't reply, so Sai takes one last long pull from her cigarette and drops it in the tray, to join with others of its kind. The gallery owner turns to head back inside, but is stopped by Rin just as she reaches for the door handle. Sai? What is it, kitten? Can I have some cigarettes? She looks at Rin incredulously, clearly not having expected such a direct request. Not that I did either. Don't tell your teacher. She stuffs the packet in Rin's pocket along with the neon green lighter.
I wonder if there's such a thing as a smoking age in Japan. I mean, because obviously in America, you have to be, like, at least 18 to buy cigarettes. So I wonder if it's the same thing in Japan, where it's like you have to be, like, 18 or something. Or 20, because I know the drinking age in Japan is 20.
The day is already folding into dusk when we climb up the dark stairs leading up to what is now basically Rin's atelier. As we go inside, Rin doesn't seem to be able to settle down. She keeps pacing around the room like a caged animal, looking through the skylight at the burgundy-colored dusk. The last light of the sun's advance across the sky reflects from the clouds floating over the town, filling every corner of the atelier with blazing orange light. So, painting is going well? She blinks, then relaxes her muscles. I didn't even realize how tensed up she was until now. Not really. I haven't painted in 3 days. I'm going in squares. Circles. If you say so. I tried doing things a bit differently, but it doesn't work. And now the old way doesn't work either. I need something more. It's not enough like this. Rin's response gives me pause, since as usual, I can't exactly understand what she means. Although really, I shouldn't have expected anything else. She either says nothing at all or too much. Trying to comprehend and follow her train of thought feels like wading through the jungles of Borneo equipped with a wooden spoon and a map of Hokkaido. It's annoying how her thoughts are both laid out in plain sight and hidden from view every time she opens her mouth. What more? You said that to Sai as well. A missing ingredient? I think I have to destroy myself.
Okay, that sounds unnecessarily grim. What do you mean?
Rin's shoulders slump, and she turns to face me directly. I have to change. I've tried, but this is not enough yet. I have to destroy myself first, I think.
Just to be clear, you are speaking metaphorically, right? Like, learning to paint from scratch again or whatever, so to speak?
She shrugs her shoulders as if there's no difference.
Oh, that's bad.
There is no difference.
So, you're going to start by smoking a cigarette. For inspiration?
Maybe. I've never tried this before. Have you?
No, can't say I have. Still, I'm not really sure if having a smoke is the best starting point.
She responds to my words with another nonchalant shrug. I open the cigarette pack and look inside. It's almost full.
Smoking is bad for you. But that's the idea here, I guess?
Yes. I need to do something. I want to paint. I need something more.
So, okay, fine. What's after smoking a cigarette then? How do you intend to destroy yourself?
Rin thinks for a split second, averting her gaze like she does when she doesn't want to get distracted. I don't know yet. I'll decide later. Ren bends down to pick out a cigarette from the end. She raises her head with one between her lips and turns to me, eyebrows curved into two arcs challenging me to respond. With a sigh of resignation, I pick up the lighter and raise it to meet the cigarette. I can feel Rin's warm breath against my quivering hand. The flame flickers to life on the third strike of the flint, and I try to aim the dancing fire at the end of the cigarette. An amber-colored glow spreads into the wrapping paper and tobacco as Rin inhales the first smoke. It seems to relax her significantly. To my surprise, she doesn't cough, despite telling me that she's a first-timer. Rin seems to remember that it's hard to blow the smoke out without spitting the cigarette out as well. She quickly sits down on the floor, bringing her foot to her lips like a circus contortionist, and expertly picks the filter between two toes. I get down on the floor as well, and we both lie down almost simultaneously while Rin blows a steady stream of smoke towards the dim sky beyond the glass of the skylight, looking after it thoughtfully.
Oh, I remember this. This CG too.
The thin haze of steely blue smoke slithers towards the ceiling in fish-like movements. It billows in the stagnant air of the atelier, twisting and turning around its own immaterial body until it dissipates in thin air. What's the word for smoke that looks like that?
There is no word for that.
We should maybe come up with one.
Maybe.
Rin takes another quick experimental drag. It's not very tasty. Feels like inhaling the dust lying on top of a forgotten book about the memories of a dead kingdom. Do you want to try? My hesitation unintentionally surfaces again, making me freeze in the face of a rather trivial and commonplace challenge. Rin's ability to take everything so coolly is something I'm a bit jealous of.
Alright. Sure, why the fuck not?
Taking it from her, I have a drag on it, fighting against the sudden choking feeling in my lungs as they fill with smoke. To my embarrassment, I fail, wheezing and hacking my lungs out. I feel flustered, but maybe I haven't lost too much faith in Rin's eyes. Just here you go. It's less unpleasant on the second try, but I still pass the cigarette back to Rin. We're like a pair of budding delinquents in middle school, sneaking their first smoke out of sight of their teachers and parents. Well, I suppose it's not like, that's exactly what we are. After a while, the cigarette has shrunk most of the way down to the filter. Rin is still looking quietly out of the skylight. With her looking out there, the silence inside the atelier seems to deepen even more. Are the cogs of creativity turning behind those eyes right now? Do another one. Okay. I mechanically pick another cigarette, light it and place it on Rin's lips. She takes a few quick puffs and removes it awkwardly around with her lips. Not understanding her garbled words, I glance over at Rin. It looks like she's having trouble with the cigarette. I pick the cigarette from her lips and place it on mine, abandoning common sense and good reason while I do so. The first one should have been enough for me, but I take another drag, still coughing a little at the unpleasant sensation of smoke invading my respiratory organs. I remember doing something like this before. So you have smoked? Doesn't look like it, though. Nah, lying on my back and looking at the sky with you. Oh. The sky on the other side of the glass is slowly growing darker. It's unreachably high, even if the shimmering smoke seems to make it closer. I return the cigarette back to Rin's mouth. It feels bad somehow. The space between us, less than arm's reach, is still there. It's the distance between us, the immeasurably wide chasm of thoughts and feelings that separates us with graver certainty than even light years of physical distance could. By saying the right words, there might be a way to make that chasm narrower, even if it's just a little. I tried to cross that gap with one big step, but Rin turned me back. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. Rin is staring upward through the smoke-filled ceiling and the skylight of the darkening sky above us. It's almost like she's sleeping even though I know she isn't. Her eyes are open, as is her mouth. I take the cigarette from Rin before it falls on her cheek. She doesn't react to my touch in any way. So, this is where we are now. I wonder if we can ever be closer than this. I take a drag at the cigarette and blow a thin stream of smoke upwards. These indirect kisses are the only things that connect us right now. The taste of Rin's lips on the filter, mixed with the ashen taste of the smoke. Her soft lips against my fingers as I press the cigarette onto her mouth, as if she was placing kisses on them. The ash, softly falling on the floor between us like snow. As the second cigarette is being finished off, I'm already lighting the third one. The only thing breaking the stillness of the atelier is the inaudible sound of smoke floating towards the first stars blinking overhead. Light nausea hits me by the fourth or fifth cigarette. Before long, the shape of the waxing moon appears in the skylight, shedding her wan light down on us. It'll be full moon in a few days. It'd be nice to be able to fly. I flinch after realizing it was my own voice that gave birth to the remark, the bastard child of the most inebriating smoke and of the almost inebriating smoke and tiredness. You can't? You can? Sometimes I feel like it. Like I can do anything. I wish I felt like that too sometimes. I wonder if she hears the bitterness seeping into my words. The vicious cycle of unrequited feelings is poisoning me, even now. I try to push the grim thoughts aside. My efforts meet with little success as my mind keeps swirling around what-ifs and if-onlys. Watching the moon slowly creeping higher, I realize that a long time has passed since I came here. It sobers me somewhat, but also reminds me of the sad status quo we're in now. It's late. I'd better get going back to school. I stand up to leave, but Rin doesn't show any sign of rising up from the floor. She lies inanimate, as though all life had been sapped from her. Little wisps of smoke float about her, memories of the cigarettes we shared. I grasp her by her short and thin arm and try to pull her up. To my surprise, she complies and stands up with some help from me. I notice how little Rin weighs, as if she were made of feathers. Are you going to stay here overnight? I have to. I haven't painted much in 3 days. I have to find out how I can start painting. Maybe the smoke helps. Just take a break? That's no good. I have to do it. If I can't paint anymore, I'll be destroyed for real. Maybe you're just burned out. You've been working pretty hard. That would be bad. I wonder if this is it for me. I wanted to see how far I can go. Maybe this is it. The end. You just have artist's block. It's not a big deal. That's the word for when you can't paint, right? I've had that before. Never like this, though. I pick up a brush, then I want to put it down right away. And then I do. 3 days. It's like I've forgotten how to paint. I didn't think that was possible. Like, more impossible than Emmy growing wings and a tail. You need a break. I mean, I get that you're trying to go deeper inside yourself for your paintings, but it's really not that healthy to stay inside your own head for so long. I glance at the night sky visible through the window. A couple of stars are weakly twinkling above the city. They remind me of something I used to do once upon a time. It feels so horribly long ago. Come on, let's go outside. Where? Just for a walk. I'll show you my secret place. I don't know if it works in this town, but we can try. In any case, you need a break, and probably something to eat. Come on. You need to get your thoughts away from this for a while. When they're troubled, most people escape from their unhappy lives into a world of fantasy. I did that before, and still do today, reading books endlessly, immersing myself in their world rather than my own. Rin's escape should be the other way around, though. Out of her inner world and into the real. Rin doesn't look too happy about this, but I ignore her. At least she's somewhat cooperative, walking after me as we head down the stairs and then down the sidewalk. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break real quick. I want to finish the scene now and then we'll probably be wrapping things up because my throat is dying. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Alright. Took a quick little decompression break. Alright, let's finish the scene out so we can, Oh, technically this is a new scene. But yeah, let's finish the scene out so we can wrap things up. Night has fallen upon the town. It's a gentle summer night, smelling of flowers and hot asphalt. The sunlight is replaced by shiny neon colors and bland yellow streetlights. The air is easy to breathe, as if the air pressure was noticeably lighter than usual. The feeling of daytime in the hot summer has lasted long into the evening and night. I grab Rin by her sleeve like I've seen Emmy do, and to my surprise, she obediently follows. The pale streetlights fight against the all-enveloping darkness as we walk together, the guide and the guided, although neither knows the destination. But it doesn't matter. This is the one moment where the usual silences that have become a ritual between me and Rin at last fit perfectly. We walk side by side, choosing directions on impulse or inspiration. Sometimes we find ourselves back at a street we'd already seen once or twice. Sometimes we find new streets. All of them look asleep. Rin doesn't ask where we're going. Maybe she doesn't care. Maybe she knows I don't have an answer. The silence of the night isn't scary. After all, the lights drive most of it away. The air grows cooler as the moon progresses along its journey in the cloudless sky. Few cars roam the streets at this hour, and even fewer people are on the sidewalk. The apparent lack of nocturnal life is somehow befitting of this place. There are around-the-clock shops and cafes, sure, but the atmosphere is like the town itself is slumbering. A town that sleeps 8 hours a day. The city I grew up in, bathed in the electric glow of a million light bulbs, never slept. I've seen it for myself. It's not the first time I've done this. It happened one of the first times I was home alone. Both of my parents had business trips that neither could cancel, so they deemed me old enough to survive 2 days on my own. Their misplaced trust in me did not go to waste as I proceeded to spend the entire night out walking around the city. Even afterward, I couldn't say what made me stay downtown longer than I intended after school. I didn't feel like going home, so I stayed through the evening and eventually through the entire night. I walked long concentric circles around a landmark chosen at random. For some reason, the nighttime city felt fascinating. So I walked its streets. At every intersection, it was possible to choose your direction at random because they all lead nowhere. The aimless wandering made me see things differently. I hope it'll do the same for Ren. We stop to buy some hot coffee and snacks from a vending machine, and then locate a bench where we sit down to eat. There's no time in the night of the town, so we spend an unknown amount of it just sitting there, observing the stillness of the usually vivid townscape. Still, it's getting very late, and soon it'll be getting very early. So is this it? Hearing Rin's voice surprises me. She doesn't sound bored. Rather, her tone is inquisitive, uncertain as to why I dragged her out here, yet curious to find out the answer. Yeah. Have you ever been out all night? It's like a different world. The remark sends her thinking for a while, looking around as if she was looking for something. The wisps of light reflecting from the corners of her eyes are suddenly very sharp. It's not a different world. It's the same, just asleep. What do you think this town is dreaming of? Maybe something like car sheep or building sheep? Why are dreams always about sheep? I've never seen a sheep-related dream that I can remember. Do different towns dream of different things? Probably. How could they not? I answer half joking, half spurring her on.
For the first time tonight, it seems like a bit of Rin's life has returned to her. She doesn't continue her list of rhetorical questions, though. Instead, she leans back a little and looks up at the moon traveling above the town. The cool breeze blowing between the buildings seems to steal the conversation away before it even really begins. It's too bad. It looked like Rin would get out of her blue mood. I wish I could somehow know the right things to say, but I realize I can't do that the way I am now. I'm too far apart from Rin. I haven't really managed to crack her open. She's just too complicated. It's like she's open to everything, equally disinterested in everything from the outset. In truth, she's locked tighter than anyone else I know, even myself. Sometimes she locks herself inside that inner world, shutting everything else out. At other times, her thoughts flow freely from her mind, but not organized in any fashion that would make them intelligible to the rest of the world. What comes out in the form of paintings I can't interpret. To me, it's just a sea of colors and shapes, not a message. She's too far away. I now know it was a bad idea to try to reach for her in the way I did, but I can't help liking her. I look at the fingers of my right hand, trying to remember what Rin's lips felt like against them. Do you ever feel like you're trying to reach out for something that's impossible to reach? Rin turns her gaze to me, tilting her head quizzically. I wonder if she understands the meaning of my own rhetorical question or not. Either way, I like how I can manage to catch her attention just by speaking aloud nowadays. All the time. At least I think so. That's what painting feels like, a lot of the time. Or all the time. I don't know. Sometimes I get the feeling that I can really paint what I want. Sometimes it feels like it's just another shadow of me, like a mirror that doesn't work right. Like talking? Maybe. When I was little, I didn't really have friends. Maybe it's the same now. The only things I liked were pens and paints. They were the only things that understood me. Now it feels like that's going away too. Change really is a scary thing. I wish I could understand you. She looks at me melancholically, roused by my thoughts materializing as words spoken aloud. Me too. Whether she meant she wished for me to understand her to understand me, or her to understand herself, I never ask, nor do I find out. I see her eyes searching for mine. Serious and cryptic as they are, I'm not getting any explanation from there. Don't worry about it. I will. Small hints of a smile are wavering on her lips. When she's like this, it makes me feel like that there's maybe hope for us. We get along so well for being so different. It's just that we never really get along precisely because we are so different. Maybe it was Rin's passionate approach to her own art exhibition, or perhaps my own careless words, but last week was different from usual. The small friction between us seems to be somewhat volatile, but at least we now seem to be back to normal. Relatively speaking. We stand up from the bench and pick yet another God, will this scene fucking end? We stand up from the bench and pick yet another direction in which to go. The wee hours of the night slowly pass by as we measure the streets of the town, one step at a time. We're finally at ease, not minding the rare lone passerby, the eerie darkness, each other, ourselves. Rin's step seems lighter, like the heavy air around her is letting go a little. It makes me feel happy. We don't talk, save for the single remarks that are spoken into the night of the town and never answered. The details jump into the eye instead of being the usual blur they are during the day. As the sky above the town changes from deep dark blue to gray, I know that our night is soon ending. It's almost morning. Rin looks up too and nods at me. It's true. The coming light of morning is creeping through the sky, climbing higher by the minute. It feels surreal. The sun won't come up for a while, but I get the feeling that the end of this night really is here and now. Should we head back? Rin nods again, twice, her hair waving in the breeze that seems to be heralding the coming dawn. Abruptly, she takes off, taking the lead in this walkabout on which I'd brought her. It seems she really is in a better mood. This, too, makes me feel happy. Rin's navigational skills are probably not much better than mine, but we eventually find ourselves in front of Sai's place. I don't know if this was any help. I did this once before, but it was more because of a stupid impulse or maybe restlessness back then. Maybe this was a silly idea and didn't really help you at all. She just nods as an answer. So, do you know how you're going to destroy yourself now? I have some ideas. I don't want to see you for a while. Don't come and see me. Do something else. Her ultimatum catches me completely off guard. What the hell? What's that about? You said before that you didn't mind. I mind now. It's just for a while. I have to do this alone. I don't like that. Why? I don't want it to go like this. Why? I just don't want to feel this distance between you and me. She tilts her head like a bird, her eyes narrowing a little as she thinks. Then you can touch me. What? You can touch me, if you want. You'd feel better, right? I don't know. Try. Where do you want me to touch you? No boobs or left ear. Other than that, you can decide. Fine. I raise my hand hesitantly, even though I don't know why I'm actually doing this. Her eyes tell me that she's not going to explain. 1,000 thoughts race through my head as I slowly bring my hand closer to Rin's face and press 3 fingers against her pale cheek. Rin feels soft and cold. She closes her eyes on contact and visibly relaxes. I can feel her soft breathing, her muscles releasing tension as my fingertips caress her cheek. She doesn't rest her head against my palm or anything else you'd expect a girl to do in this sort of situation. In fact, she hasn't reacted at all, save for those now shut eyes. Once I withdraw my hand, she opens them again. It might just be an illusion created by the timid morning sunlight playing with my eyes, but Rin looks like she's holding back a smile. This is the problem with our relationship. Half the time I have no idea what is going on, and the other half I just fail to understand why things are going on like they are. As usual, I'm not going to get an explanation. Rin merely takes a step towards the door. See you later. Then she disappears from my reach for an undefined period of time.
Well, that's a perfect way to end it. Alright. Let's see. 72. Let's fucking go. I will say, I think we got pretty far. God, I will say though, my throat is dying. Oh, God, I will say, my throat is dying, my back is dying, holy shit, I need to fucking get up. But, yeah, that's a hell of a cliffhanger to like, leave off on, huh? Rin telling us that, like, she doesn't want to see us anymore. And we're basically just left frustrated, because what the fuck do we do, right? Okay. Oh, I left off on that. Whoopsie. But but yeah, I think we're now starting to really see the conflict in Rin's route, where it's like Hisao's like, because basically it's Hisao trying and failing to understand Rin, right? And obviously he's try and understand her, but he's just not really able to. And it doesn't help that Rin's not really, like, helping him in that regard either. Like, she's not really telling him, like, you know, I wish you could understand me in this way, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, obviously, she definitely has her own, like, difficulties. I mean, obviously she has her own difficulties in trying to, like, connect with others. I mean, you can literally tell that, like, I wish you could understand me too, right? But she's definitely there's definitely work cut out for them. And then, of course, we have the whole thing with Rin now not being able to paint all of a sudden. So that's not good, especially for her exhibition. I mean, to be fair, it is probably, like, artist block / you know, burnout. Who knows? But I also wonder if it's because if it's also, like, lack of inspiration. But yeah, I will say that scene of Hisao and Rin just walking through the streets at night, I think that scene is the sole reason why I kind of want to try doing that one day. Like, there is a part of me that, like, wants to do something similar to that, where it's like, just, what the hell's the word? Oh, getting to, walk through downtown at night, right? With all the bright lights and the noise of the traffic. Like, it would be nice to do that, you know? Unfortunately, I have to do that with other people because, you know, I'm a woman. And I know that there are gonna be some opportunistic fuckers that would, you know, let's just say, do some not so nice things to me. So... But yeah, that's a lot. I will say, though, because I was thinking, it's like, when is the first sex scene gonna come up? Because that's what I'm thinking of. It's like, I'm thinking, like, we're getting close to it. I'm trying to remember how many there are, because I remember 2. The first one and the last one. But I don't remember if... I think there's a... I think there's a second one. I think. So there's 3. I don't know. I just remembered that the first sex scene, like, that is not... I will say this, without spoiling anything, that scene is not... It's kind of, let's just say that it's not gonna be like, you know, the sex scenes with Emi or, Shizune. But it also doesn't quite go in the direction of Hanako's as well. I guess a good word to put it is that it is rough. And I'm not talking in terms of like, oh, the sex is rough. No, it's a rough scene. It's a rough scene. Let's just say that. Like, we'll get to it eventually, but, yeah. Huh. Probably next stream we're gonna get to it. And I'm scared to fucking censor that. Like, I'm most likely gonna have to censor it, even though it's ironically, like, I think they're both clothed, actually. But there's clear, like, they're doing shit, let's just say. But anyway, yeah, so that was part 13 of Katawa Shoujo. We're on part 2. We're on part 2. We're on act 2 of Rin's route. I actually don't remember how long it takes to get to act 3, so I would hope at the very least, like, if we're not already there, we're approaching the halfway point of act 2. I keep calling it act 2, it's act 3. Like, I gotta remember, technically, it's act 2 is, like, the first part of the girl. And then it's 3 and 4. Act 1 is Hisao. Anyway. Alright, let me see the calendar real quick. Let's see. Okay, 8th of March. March 8th. I will say, though, it does look like we're not going to be getting back to Steins Gate for a little while yet. You know, I thought we would get through Rin's route a little bit quicker. Nah. I think March is going to be fully, Rin's route. So, no Steins Gate, unfortunately. Sorry. Because, April and May are gonna be Pokemon tier list streams, and those are gonna take forever. So maybe June. Hopefully June. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, March 8th, at, 8 p.m. CST, will be the next part of this. And things just get rough from here on out. Like, if they weren't already rough, they're gonna get rougher. But, anyway, thank you all for joining me. I hope you all enjoyed that. I did. I'm sorry that I ended up having to do this on a Friday night instead of the usual Sunday, but, you know, what can you do? What can you do? I'm trying to think if there's anything else to talk about. But yeah, I do truly appreciate, like, people coming by and, you know, stopping by, watching for a little bit, or however long they can, and then, like, you know, then piecing out. You know, it's fun, it's great. You know, again, I love interacting with you guys. You know, and shooting the breeze with y'all. It's fun. Anyway, I need to start heading off here, because my throat is dying. I need to, I need to rest it. So, you know, once again, thank you all for joining me, and I hope to see you all next time for more of Katawa Shoujo on March 8th, 8 p.m. CST. Don't forget the date. Until then, have a good night, a good couple of weeks. Please stay safe. Please take care of yourself. Find what brings you joy in these dark times. You know, just take care of yourself. You know, as much as you can. Take care of others as much as you can. And I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.